Welcome. What's going on, everybody? Let's link the stream up here. Like the ting. Hope y'all are having a great Friday night. Georgia Tech on a bye this week. A lot of good games, though, coming up. Some interesting games coming up this week. Oh, me. As you guys are piling in here, I'll show you what we got. I got a spread, I got an over-under, got some prop bets. Obviously, I think betting is dumb. But this is what I think we should do. We'll have the chat make a 3-leg parlay of the things that I have behind me. I've already made mine. So you pick 3 of any one of these. You know, USC plus 13.5. Is it you? No. It's minus. I'm sorry. We got to correct that. I knew they were the favorite. Minus. So you can take USC minus 13.5, Northwestern plus 13.5. You can take either side of the point total over under. Either side of any of these props behind me. Northwestern's quarterback throws for more or less 162 yards. See if you can beat my parlay. Or see if either one of our parlays hit. John Bird says, Jacket Nation, remember, winning ain't free. Send a check even if it's only $100. We need 40,000 fans sending a check every quarter. In fact, we'll see if anyone... What is that? Was car alarm going off? Bye weeks are rough. So I thought we'd come on a little early. We'd discuss that. I need some water. And I need to be able to see. If Wake wins tomorrow, will that not give Tech the lead? It doesn't really matter who's in the lead at the moment. What Tech needs is Florida State to lose, preferably every game. They need Clemson to win. Because here's the thing, in a 3-way tie that includes Virginia, we need the teams that Virginia doesn't play that we do to win. And obviously, the teams that they did play that we don't to lose. That's what we need. Now, if it's a 3-way tie that doesn't have Virginia and Georgia Tech's in it, then Georgia Tech's screwed in that scenario. Because our schedule's just such ass. Like us playing Boston College kind of kills us because Boston College is awful. Have they won a single ACC game? I don't think they have. No, they've won one, right? Who have they beat this year? Hey, Rhett, Gamecock here, but Georgia Tech keep rolling. Hopefully y'all can be as good as y'all are. Hopefully we can be as good as y'all are one day. I don't know that you're not as good as Georgia Tech is. It's just you have a little bit tougher schedule. Like you put Georgia Tech on South Carolina's schedule, they're probably not 8-1. We beat Wake, and Wake wins against Virginia. Oh, here's the thing about that, though. If Virginia has one loss, and their one loss is to Wake Forest, then we're tied. Again, we would both have one loss, assuming Virginia wins the rest of their games. What we need is if Virginia's going to lose a game, we would prefer it be to Virginia Tech if they're only going to lose one. Why? Because the common opponents between Louisville, Virginia, and Georgia Tech, there's only one, and it's Virginia Tech. If Virginia loses to Virginia Tech, then they're out if there's a 3-way tie between those teams. Now, as far as strength of record, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter as far as your strength of opponent record who whether you beat or lost the teams, whatever team on your schedule. So head-to-head is irrelevant if there's a three-way tie. If Virginia goes undefeated and then you have a two-way tie, a head-to-head to see who goes, then head-to-head matters. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, say Miami didn't have a loss, that only had one loss, and it was to Louisville. If Virginia won out and it came between those three teams, then because Louisville beat Miami, they would be in. But only because it's between those two teams and not a three-way tie. Anytime you have a three-way tie, then the head-to-head doesn't matter, and it goes to who has beat all the other teams that you're looking at or who has lost to all the other teams. We'd be above them either way. We beat Wake. If they don't, we're above them. That's not true. It's not true. That would only if there's not a three-way tie. There's a three-way tie between you and Virginia, and they have one loss, and you have one loss. The fact that they lost to Wake and you beat them isn't relevant anymore. Look at the ACC tiebreak rules. And I can't think of a scenario where someone would be clearly in, and then there's a head-to-head tie between Virginia and Georgia Tech. Like, that wouldn't happen the way that things have worked out this year. Again, this is going to be clearer as we move forward, but as of now, it looks like you're going to have a three-way tie, but for who goes to the ACC title game. The only way it would matter is in the scenario with Virginia Tech. Like, if it's Georgia Tech, Louisville, Virginia, and all of us have played Wake Forest, then them losing to Wake Forest matters. Again, if it's a three-way tie. Virginia Tech matters because it is a common opponent between those three teams. So in that case, Georgia Tech's already beat Virginia Tech. I'm pretty sure Louisville's already beat Virginia Tech. Virginia hasn't played them. So if they lose to Virginia Tech, then they're first out, and you'd have Georgia Tech, Louisville in the ACC title game. In fact, I'll pull up the ACC tiebreak rules. Hold on. I wish that it did work that way. Unfortunately, I think Virginia's most likely loss is at Duke. Yeah, if you have three or more tied teams, it goes to combined head-to-head winning percentage amongst the tied teams if all tied teams are common opponents. That's not the case. If all tied teams are not common opponents, the tied team basically has anyone beat all the other teams or lost all the other teams. That's not the case. Then it's win percentage against common opponents. So in a three-way tie, them losing to Wake would only matter if us, them, and whoever is the third team in the tie has also played Wake. The first thing considered in ACC tiebreak rules is head-to-head, and then it's common opponents. So what do you think? That's for a two-team tie. That's for a two-team tie. That's if that's like if Virginia goes undefeated, and then you have two teams with one loss to see who Virginia plays in the ACC title game. That's for if you look at three or more team tie, there is no such head-to-head competition between two teams. That's not a rule in a three-way tie. And what I'm telling you is I can't think of a scenario at the moment, and I'm not saying there's one, where them losing to Wake means that Tech is in. I mean, I'd have to look at, of all the contenders, who plays Wake. Let's see. Does Pitt play Wake? Well, Pitt doesn't matter because Georgia Tech plays Pitt. So if Georgia Tech loses to Pitt, then Georgia Tech's out. If Pitt beats Georgia Tech, then Georgia Tech's out. What's going on, Mr. Pittman? Yeah, head-to-head competition only applies in a two-team tie. I've looked at this for hours and hours and hours. Not much twin, enjoying my Friday. Lots of ball to play and Tech needs to win out. Yeah, the the simple explanation is Georgia Tech has got to win the rest of their ACC games at a minimum. At a minimum. Duke and Virginia. I don't see how they figure Duke and Georgia Tech have the best odds. What do you think the three-team tie will be between? It's interesting. I did an entire video on it, but just to give a synopsis of that video, I think UVA, Georgia Tech, and Louisville could be in a three-way tie. And I think that would have Virginia losing to Duke, Georgia Tech winning out, and obviously Louisville winning out. That gets hairy because let's say Florida State lost the rest of their games. You could easily have a scenario then where your strength of opponent record between UVA and Georgia Tech is tied. Then it goes to the sports analytics crap. We don't make it over Virginia in that instance. Each team has one loss. Virginia would have one loss to Duke. Georgia Tech has one loss to NC State. And Louisville has one loss to Virginia. It doesn't matter in a three-way tie. It does not matter. Does not matter in a three-way tie if one of the teams beat one of the other. It only matters if one of the teams beat both of the other teams or lost to the other two teams. So if Louisville beat Georgia Tech too, if Georgia Tech's only loss was to Louisville, and let's say we played Louisville, and their loss was to, or let's say Louisville's only loss was to Georgia Tech, and it's tough because all these teams have one losses. This would only work. You'd have to have two losses. Either way, it doesn't matter. Again, it's a three-way tie. Each team has one loss. It's a three-way tie. Then it would come down to whose opponent's record in the ACC is better. And Georgia Tech's opponent record, it's either going to be Virginia or Georgia Tech has the shittiest opponent record in the conference. It's going to be one of those two schools. And it's probably going to come down to how many games Florida State wins or loses. If Florida State wins 2 games going out, then Georgia Tech's probably going to have that hurts Georgia Tech. It helps Florida State because they played them. So Clemson winning would help Georgia Tech. NC State winning, like if UVA loses to teams we beat, we're over them. When did that change? You pull up the tiebreak policy. Pull up the tiebreak policy. I don't know how many times I got to say it. It only matters in a two-team tie. Only matters in a two-team tie. Clemson should beat FSU tomorrow. Yeah, but, I mean, Clemson's struggling a lot. I mean, I need some air in here. I'm getting hot. Basically, Georgia Tech's screwed because their schedule is so easy. Virginia's been kind of screwed because Florida State is so ass. Could see Wake beating Virginia tomorrow. I could too. 100%. I could see Wake beating Virginia, but Virginia's only road game is Duke. Yeah, their only road game's Duke. Oh, me. All right. I've made my own parlay for this game. I've got USC, offensive yards, over 434.5. I've got over 53.5 points. And I've got over 162.5 passing yards for whoever the hell Northwestern's quarterback is. That's my made-up faux parlay that I'm not putting any money on. What time is it? 8:41. And I'm screwed because I put my joy in the hands of the Yellow Jackets every year. Well, look, dude. We still got 3 games to play. If you take care of business, that's all you can do. Beating Pitt is huge. The other thing we would like to happen, we need to beat Pitt, and I'd like Pitt to beat Notre Dame. Do they play them before us? Do they? In fact, I think Pitt plays Notre Dame this week, don't they? We're winning it all. Appreciate it, Pittman. Win percentage? What do you mean? Yeah, that's the same as your opponent's record. Yeah, Pitt does play. No, Pitt is on a bye. This is actually good. It says for a three-way tie, the tiebreakers start with combined head-to-head between the 3 teams, right? So you have to have played, one team has to have played the other 2 teams then. So that would put UVA over Louisville. No, because Louisville didn't play Georgia Tech. You would either have to have Virginia play Georgia Tech and Louisville, Georgia Tech play Virginia and Louisville, or Louisville plays UVA and Georgia Tech. We can read it together. Combined head-to-head winning percentage among the tied teams if all tied teams are common opponents. Read that and tell me if that applies to UVA, Georgia Tech, and Louisville. Like, is it all? It says all there? All? If what you're saying were the case, it would be worded like a and 2-team tie. But yeah, then it goes to if the tied teams are not common opponents, that tied team defeated blah 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 blah. Boom, there. It's a PDF. You can read it. Basically, and because all the teams will have 1 loss, most of those scenarios will boil down to who has a better record against common ACC opponents, and then because the way the schedules work out, a lot of those teams don't have common opponents.
In retrospect, I did predict 9-3 this year.
Your opponent's ACC record. Appreciate the $2 from Joe. In retrospect, I did predict 9-3 this year. You know what? A lot of people predicted 9-3 this year, and I thought that was pretty ballsy. All right, what the hell was I talking about? What the hell? Oh, this is a good thing, though. If Pitt beats Notre Dame, they're on a bye this week. So Pitt's on a bye, Georgia Tech's on a bye. So Pitt gets a bye before they play Notre Dame. If Pitt beats Notre Dame's got to be out of the playoffs. There's no way a 3-loss team makes the playoffs without being in a conference. Now, I could be wrong. We all know the playoff committee loves licking touchdown Jesus's nuts. That's apparent by them being ranked 10 with 2 losses, one of which comes to the team that's ranked 18th in Miami. Well, but they played Miami and Texas A&M. Texas A&M's ranked 3rd. Right, and they lost to both of those teams. So this is something me and Pete talked about. I guess it's better to lose to good teams and schedule a bunch of no-name teams than to actually beat good teams. Don't say, I'll do whatever I want. Yeah, that's pretty much how this works. They didn't come down there, they didn't tell you. Yeah, I'll say whatever I want to say. Plenty of other channels you can go watch. I love that too. First of all, Golden Phoenix is not a serious person. Golden Phoenix is a troll. But in general, it is funny to me how people are all apt to laugh and make fun of things until it comes to their neck of the woods, and then they decide to get offended by it. All right, 15 more minutes until we start this game. I haven't watched either one of these teams. Northwestern did beat Penn State, but, I mean, Penn State's in a spiral right now. I was looking through Northwestern. Northwestern's offense is awful. Northwestern scored 3 points against Tulane. They scored 14 points against Oregon. They beat UCLA, only scoring 17 points. They beat UM Monroe 42-7. They beat Penn State 22-21. And they beat Purdue 19-0. They lost in Nebraska. So, of Power 4 opponents, Notre Dame, the most points they've scored, I guess, is against Penn State, which is 22. Yeah, God will kick my ass. That's right. That's the other thing I always wonder, like, how small do you think God is that he needs, you to defend him in a nobody creator's YouTube channel? So, yeah, it looks like Northwestern's offense is pretty cheeks. Central Florida up 3-0 early in the first. On Houston. BYU doesn't play tonight, do they? BYU's still undefeated, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, y'all weren't offended we were making fun of Mormons. Are all for that. BYU going to get cranked tomorrow by Texas Tech? Well, we'll see. Texas Tech is a favorite in that game. And I want to say by more than a score. Let's go see. Yeah, Texas Tech's a 10.5-point favorite. I'd take BYU plus 10.5. I would take BYU. BYU just keeps winning. Let's see what BYU's best win is, though. They beat Utah. Pretty good win. That'd be their best win. In fact, that's BYU's only ranked win. And they beat Colorado 24-21, which is about as curious as Georgia Tech beating them by the margin that they did. I hate Texas Tech, too. I hate Tech. So when Romello Height went to Texas Tech, I was obviously upset about that, and I was like, well, I mean, he's going to a school that still owes Mike Leach money, which they do. I did a whole video on that, a year ago or so, about how they lied. They lied under deposition, not Texas Tech, but there was like an ESPN announcer's son that played for them. And they lied in deposition and then said on the stand that they lied in the deposition about Mike Leach. Texas Tech still wouldn't pay him his buyout. So then a guy I don't know if it was on Twitter or if it was in YouTube comments, I'm not watching on Sling. Although I did get asked through YouTube to do some kind of ad read for Sling. Or I didn't get asked. It's like a general thing, like, hey, if you want to submit a video promoting Sling, which I need to probably do. But so I don't remember which one it was, but this guy who proposed to be a Texas Tech donor commented and said, actually, the donors behind closed doors and without telling anyone and without making any of it public paid Mike Leach's family the buyout money that he was owed. I was like, oh, okay, so there's no article. None of it's public, so there's no article. Like, wouldn't you want to make that public? Wouldn't you? Like, hey, we messed up. We're going to make this right. We're doing the right things. No, not if you're Texas Tech. Of course, we know that's horseshit. Of course, it's bullshit. James Franklin to Virginia Tech will be a slam dunk. I agree. Are we coming out of this by firing on all cylinders? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I have serious concerns about the defense. I have serious concerns about any team that, I'll put it to you this way. Next week we play Boston College in Massachusetts. How about them apples? And if they throw for more than 250 on us, then I'm going to be like, I'm going to get crucified, but don't get offended that I said that either. But I'll come out and be like, I think that we're done. Pitt's going to beat the fool out of us. Pitt's going to beat the fool out of us. If we can't handle Boston College, particularly in pass defense, then there's no hope of us beating Pitt, in my opinion. I also, for members, reacted to Brent Key's press conference, and I will say that's probably the most frustrating press conference I've ever watched. Yeah, I saw your comment, and the fact that I didn't respond meant that I didn't care about it. So, you basically implied that he did something like Josh Petty did, which is why I don't take you seriously. Yeah, anyone that writes a multi-million-dollar check would want recognition. Well, especially given how beloved Mike Leach was. If you were making that right and making him whole. And Georgia Tech drops to Duke, UVA, and Georgia Tech. I would, so an AI query told you that they would be in. Why can't you just look at the rules and then from the rules tell me why that's the case? You know that there's a huge crash looming in the AI market, right? About AI slop and 10% of it's complete nonsense. Companies are literally having to go back through all the shit the AI did for them and try and find where the mistakes are. I'm telling you, based on the rules as they're written, and as I understand them, I don't understand how that would be the case. Like, look at the rules and tell me, based on the rules, why, I've literally yelled it into the microphone for like 10 minutes, why Georgia Tech wouldn't be in. Because it says if all are common opponents. That's what it says. I can read it again. It says, first, combined head-to-head winning percentage among tied teams if all tied teams are common opponents. Are Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Louisville, are they all common opponents with each other? No. No, they are not. If all tied teams are not common opponents, then tied teams that defeated each of the other tied teams. Didn't happen. If all tied teams are not common opponents, then no tied team defeated each of the other, but a tied team lost to the other tied teams, then the team that lost to the other two would be eliminated, or in a four-way tie. Yeah, I'm reading it. If all tied teams are not common opponents and no tied team defeated each of the other ones, okay, I'm with you there, but a tied team lost to each of the other tied teams, then that tied team's eliminated. What does each there mean to you? But a tied team lost to each of the other tied teams. If what you're saying is true, then it would be if lost to one of the other tied teams, or a team that is tied. It says each, though. Again, that couldn't happen. That could only happen if you had a three-way tie and each tied team had two losses. That's the only way that could happen. That could not happen if each tied team has one loss in the conference. Again, I could be wrong. I'm just saying based on how this reads, it says each of the other tied teams. Appreciate the $5. Go Yellow Jackets, sting 'em.
Go Yellow
Appreciate it,
Jackets, honeybee emoji, honeybee emoji, honeybee emoji, sting 'em.
Is that the fourth time Rec explained it? We'll do the Nick Saban. All right, you all line up. Wait, hold on. You ask the vapor distilled simple truth water. By the way, I could be wrong because I don't understand why Vegas would have Georgia Tech not near the bottom of contenders, because their strength of record is so bad, and I don't see how A and B apply in any of these scenarios. It seems to me you would always get kicked to C, D, and E. Mark A says, go Wildcats. Talking about BYU. Assuming you're talking about BYU. More water. I got this at the gas station. It made me feel fancy. Eternal natural alkaline spring water. Vegas knows we are going to beat the Pups. Surely there's not a line already on that game. I already said I'm not beating us to beat Georgia until we do it. Or I'm not picking us to beat Georgia until we do it. I'll tell you why I think this is worded this way too. It's because if what you're saying were the way it was, it is kind of unfair to Virginia or Louisville, because in that scenario, Georgia Tech is rewarded for not playing two of the better teams in the conference or two of the tied teams in the scenario. Like Georgia Tech gets rewarded just because they never got the chance to lose or win against one of them or both of them. All right, I'm ready for this game to get underway. What's going on with Houston and Central Florida? Houston's still up by 3 points. In the second quarter. Isn't Willie Fritz at Houston? I think he is. So he's 7-2. It'd be more punishing if we weren't included because of that. Well, you can't pick your schedule, but also, I mean, that's what's so frustrating about the NC State loss to me, is that you finally get this schedule that you're in a position to be able to handle, and you're not able to do it. However, NC State, like, they're a mid-ACC team just based on record. People can argue how mid they are, or if they're a good team or whatever. They've beat the first and second place team in the conference, though. Now, one of those games doesn't count, but they beat Virginia and Georgia Tech. No, yeah, they did beat Virginia, didn't they? Got me doubting myself now. Yeah, they did beat Virginia. Most teams do. It's just that with as easy as Tech's schedule is, it's pretty devastating. All right, 9 o'clock. We should be starting this game, right? Let me turn off this. Right here. Let me watch. Now, by the way, I can watch this on YouTube TV because it's on Fox, which is pretty sweet. All right, here we go.
Yeah, USC.
Into the top 12.
Look at that.
Sorry, we can't hear each other. The fireworks are very loud.
USC is exactly where they...
Here come the Trojans, baby. What's going on, Jabbo? Jabu. How old is RG3, by the way? Because he looks about 18 to me. I know that he's not. ACC tiebreak rules are dumb. Either way, the easiest path is winning out and Louisville dropping a game. Yes. Louisville dropping a game would be great because if things go to strength of opponent record or opponent winning percentage, ACC opponent winning percentage, they have the best one. It's going to be between 50 and 60%. And then it's not even close. Then I think it's like, who has the second highest? Maybe Pitt, Duke. I think it's like Pitt, Duke. I have it written down here. Who do you think has the hardest ACC schedule? Because I figured that out too. If people that watch the video know. Yeah, it's Louisville. Then it's Duke, Pitt that are neck and neck. Then it's UVA, Georgia Tech. As far as strength of or opponent winning percentage. Yeah, Syracuse is second. It's Virginia Tech. And then I think it's Syracuse. 1 and 2. As far as hardest ACC schedule. Now, that could all change. I don't know. Maybe NC State wins out or something crazy, or Florida State wins out. That changes stuff, too. Also, I got this hilarious comment on that video. Someone commented on the most recent ACC tiebreak video I did, the if and only if podcast or something. And I'm like, well, dude, how do you think you protect or project into the future? You have to say if. That guy's basically saying, this guy's an idiot. He's saying talking about if for stuff that ain't happened yet. I don't know. That tickled me. All right. We're about ready to kick. We'll go ahead and put first on here. All right. So I made my own parlay. I've got USC over 434.5 offensive yards, point total over 53.5 points, and then Northwestern's quarterback 162.5 passing yards. 2 whole years on the ride. Glad to be here for it all. Yeah, 2 years Coffee Killer's been a member. Every month for 2 years he's been a member. Had some good times. We need Wake to win tomorrow and Clemson to beat Louisville. I mean, that would be huge because that would throw Louisville out. What would be killer is if Louisville lost to Clemson next week. Clemson beats Florida State. and then Virginia loses 2 games would also be killer. If they lost to like Wake and then on the road at Duke, that would be killer. I also don't think them beating Virginia Tech is a given, though. The rivalry games are weird. Now, they do get that game in Charlottesville at home. I do think Virginia Tech could be a tricky team, potentially. All right. Well, about to kick this game off. Coffee killer is him. He is. Josh Pittman's been a member for a while, right? I don't even know how I would look that up, but I'm sure there's a way. If Louisville drops a game and UVA drops 2, wouldn't we possibly play SMU or Duke? Yes, because that would mean that SMU beat. Well, SMU plays Louisville. So, Caleb Spears, member for 14 months, says getting there. I appreciate it. All right. USC is going to get this ball first. Short kickoff. USC is going to return. They don't even get back to the 20. They get back to like the damn 17. But yeah, it would be SMU or Duke. Because if UVA drops 2 games, Duke beats them most likely. Like, it's not likely that Virginia would have 2 losses to Virginia Tech and Wake. One of those losses would probably be against Duke. Also, SMU, if Louisville loses another game, it's most likely going to come against SMU. So, yeah, you're probably right. All right. USC is going to take over here. They'll throw, complete. They'll pick up about 5. They'll pick up about 5. The old Trojans here. Boy, Lincoln Riley's been a disappointment at Southern Cal, hasn't he? All right, so 2nd and 5 for Southern Cal. Going, steps back to throw, dumps it off to the running back with a rainbow throw. Boy, that was a looping rainbow throw. They get like a yard. It's going to be 2nd and 4. I'm going to be, even though ESPN has a bigger foothold in the South, I'm a fan of Fox right now. Never thought I would say that, but screw ESPN. 3rd and 3 here. Long 3. Back to throw, bunch of pressure, dumps it off, 1 missed tackle, down to the 40. Obviously, they'll pick up the 1st down. I just hope we can beat Pitt, worry about tiebreakers later. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't have any confidence right now in our ability to beat Pitt. I'm just going to tell you. 1st and 10 for Southern Cal. Handoff up the middle, pick up about a yard. Y'all remember the twirling wiener car wash that Northwestern had going on? If you don't know, evidently, what was this, 2-3 years ago? They had some hazing rituals at Northwestern. I don't know what it is about the Big Ten and weird wiener stuff that they like to do. But like as an initiation rite to the team, you'd have a bunch of dudes get naked and then they would like twirl their wieners around and then you'd have to go through it like a car wash. That's what got what's-his-face fired. So that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty neat. It's going to be 2nd and 9 for Southern Cal. Damn, USC only had 337 yards last week. Wow. Yeah, Northwestern had this twirling wiener car wash thing they did to haze people. USC back to throw. Complete for about, they're going to get 5 yards out of that. It's going to be 3rd and 5. Hazing always seemed like a bunch of dudes getting a homo hall pass at all on E. Well, let's be honest. A lot of stuff like that goes on in football. It's just never really taken to that level, you know? All right, 3rd and 4 here for USC. Let's see if Northwestern can get off the field. USC at midfield. Back to throw. Did he catch that? He did. They throw a slant route that had great coverage on it, and they pick up the first. I know you hate the Greek orgs, but they aren't all this dumb. I wouldn't say I hate them. It's just I don't understand, and I'm not saying they're all this way. They're not. I just hate, deep throw, way overthrown, though. I just don't understand paying like $3,000-$4,000 to be a part of it and then have someone do a bunch of weird shit to you. That's what I don't understand about Greek life. Now, the benefit is they all have test banks and all that shit. Second and 10 for Southern Cal after that bad overthrow. What's going on, Pete? Pete, give me a parlay for this game. Pick from behind me if you can see. First down, Southern Cal. I'll tell you, I made my own parlay. See if you can beat me. I've got over 434.5 offensive yards for USC. I've got over 53.5 points and over 162.5 passing yards for whoever's playing quarterback for Northwestern, whoever their starter is. You can pick from anything behind me. You got the spread, the over-under point total, and then some props over here. Another completion for USC. They're going to get 9 yards out of it. I'm looking at the Heisman race. A lot of people outside. You agree with my picks. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that USC wins this game. They probably do. Okay, we've got Northwestern's quarterback, 162.5 yards. USC's quarterback, over under 255.5. USC total yards, 434.5. Northwestern total offensive yards, over under 327.5. I got them off of FanDuel. So basically the quarterback's passing yards, over unders, offensive team yards, over unders, the spread and the point over under. It's getting hard to take ESPN and other major networks seriously, especially the AP poll. 3rd and 1 here for Southern Cal. Run up the middle, and he's going to be short by about a half yard. It's going to be 4th down. I imagine they go for this. Honestly, I like all overs. You bet USC minus 14. All right, this service had them at minus 13.5. I think ESPN has them at minus 14.5. So 4th and 1 for USC here. They're going to go for this. Big stop here for Northwestern if they can get it. They're going to go under center, offset eye. Quarterback sneak, and he'll easily get it. Falls over the line. You took Northwestern on the money line, huh? What are they on the money line? Plus what? I am not going to the Benz for clean old-fashioned hate, no. I will be streaming. That is a game I like to stream. I want to be out here with the people. Bryce hates money more than me. Yeah, dude. Northwestern on the money line here with how bad Northwestern's offense is suspicious. Run up the middle for USC. They'll get half a yard out of it. Yeah, the most points that Northwestern has scored against a Power 4 opponent is 22. And that was against Penn State. They did win that game. However, USC's defense is pretty cheeks. You know what, Bryce, man? Don't let Pete talk to you that way. Because I remember on the midday show today that Pete was like, you make little conservative bets, you don't win no money. Bryce man's just doing what Pete told him to do on the midday show. He's giving him shit for it. What a hypocrite, Pete. I've also heard you say when you do stupid stuff in betting, that's when you win. That's all he's doing. Say I'm wrong, Pete. Say I'm wrong. Was this PI? Was this offensive or defensive PI here? They threw the flag. All defensive PI. Okay. First and goal for USC. First and goal from the 7 here. Our like a tunnel screen they dial up goes nowhere. I told my Bryce cat bet Northwestern on the money line, and she left the room. I guess your cat don't want to make money tonight, man. Bryce, man, what do you have a cat? I bet your cat purring like a mug right now, isn't it? Yeah, Pete's cat don't want to make no money. That's what that's about. All right, second and goal. Back to throw, complete, touchdown USC. Take it from an old fellow. Delete your bookie from your computer and your telephone. Mr. Burns, did the bookie take you for some money? That can be forgiven if so, because Reck's been telling you since he's been on here, it's a loser's game. It's a losing endeavor. You can go on YouTube right now and see tons of videos of people being told they can't play blackjack anymore at the casino. Hey, you can play any game, just not blackjack. Why? All I'm doing is what you advertise. You advertise get rich quickly. That's what this guy's doing. And then you say he's got to leave. That's insane. I don't care about Pete's cat. I'm going to take some money Friday night games. I'm telling you. Pete just won 50 on Ohio State minus 24. They won by 26. Big bang, baby. Big bang.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Pete's the GOAT. So Mr. Burns stopped in 06. Yeah. I'm going to tell you why. Here's the thing. This is my opinion. I'm going to get real with you for a second here. Betting on football makes it not fun. All right? Let's say you took Georgia to cover the spread last week, like Pete did. All right? And then Georgia wins, but Gunnar Stockton takes a knee to run the rest of the clock out. This is not fun. Okay? It's not fun at all. Or someone misses a meaningless extra point in garbage time, but then they don't cover the spread by 1. Not fun. Not fun. It will make it not fun. Oh, you bet the over. Okay. I got you. I remember when I worked on the dock that my dad's still a truck driver. He used to go to Nashville and back every night from Athens, Georgia, that cesspool. Now he goes to somewhere in South Carolina every night. Trying to think. I have to ask him. He just changed runs not long ago. Be at home more. But I remember being on the dock, man. A lot of money exchanged hands every single Monday. And there was usually at least, I don't know, once every month during football season, a fight would almost break out on one of those Mondays. Is C-Dog going to the Pitt game with you? Man, I don't think so. But because his wife's due date was yesterday, right? Now she's just like C-Dog's late everywhere, so is his kid. In the most important event of his life, coming to the world, being born. Anyone who bets against Clemson every week is making some cash. That's another reason why it's not fun. If you're like Pete and you're a Clemson fan, then to make money, you've got to bet against your own team and watch that misery. And then if your team does good, you lose money. I don't think Pete bets on his own team, though. I know Lou doesn't bet on Georgia. If I did bet, I sure as hell wouldn't bet on Georgia Tech. Mr. Burns says his first real job was on the docks at Atlanta Motor Lines in 1973. Atlanta Motor Lines, where was that at? Yeah, Georgia Tech is like, if you want to lose money, bet on Georgia Tech. Bet your gut on Georgia Tech, and you're guaranteed to lose money. Pete says he doesn't bet on Clemson. He did week 1 and lost. Oh, but you didn't bet with a bookie. I think you bet versus someone in the chat, right? I could be wrong. I want to say you bet, because I know Pete and Lou will sometimes take bets with people in the chat, which would make me crash out. I only did that once. Anyone know who's the only bet I've ever made in my entire time on YouTube? Does anyone know who it was with? Moreland Avenue off 285. Yeah. Boy, that area's changed since 1973, hasn't it? Yeah. Moreland Avenue. Yee. Damn, you had to pay Vandy Dandy. That's the definition of down bad, if I've ever heard it. That's down bad. It's not with the Colorado fan. No, I've only made one bet for money. That wasn't even for money. That was just my dignity, which is not worth near as much as money. Yeah, I bet Slim. The year that we beat them because they didn't take a knee, $150. And if I remember the bet, if Georgia Tech made a bowl, I won. If they didn't make a bowl, he won. But also, if Georgia Tech didn't make a bowl and Miami didn't make a bowl, I also won the bet. Which was so sweet for me, because the only reason we made a bowl that year is because his team refused to take a knee. He had to pay me because Mario Cristobal doesn't know how to manage a game. And he still has the gall to come on the ACC show and defend decisions that Mario Cristobal's made when it's literally cost this man money to a jackass like me before. You can't make this up. Pete says I'm about to live bet Memphis. What's going on in that game? Let's go look. So Memphis is tied with Tulane 7 apiece in the first with 10:38 to go. No, Mario's not good at in-game decisions, and it's literally the only thing that's made me money in betting. I'm up as a bettor because of Mario Cristobal. First and 10 here for Northwestern. Run up the middle. They'll get 2-3 yards. Yeah, quit while you're ahead. Quit while you're ahead. You can't get too ahead. They'll limit your bets. 2nd and 8. I mean, obviously none of us have to worry about that, but 2nd and 8 for Northwestern. Back to throw. Complete. It'll be 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2. What do you have to do to make your own sports betting service? That's what I want to do. I want to be on the house end of it. Can I just register a company in like the Cayman Islands or something and then just have some website? Can I just do that? I guess I got to have enough money to lose my ass, though, in a certain week. Looks like first down Northwestern. It's going to be close. Going to be close. They might review this. It's 2nd down. I come back. What happened? Does anyone actually know anything about Northwestern? I just kind of blind betted them. So you blind betted a money line heavy underdog? Their offense seems to be pretty cheeks, man, from what I've seen. 2nd and 4. Another run up the middle. Oh, he breaks through. Hell, he gets about 20 yards out of that one, 15, 20 yards. All right. Now, Northwestern's offense seems to be cheeks, but, I mean, Lincoln Riley's never cared about defense the whole time he's been there. All right, we're all going to root for Northwestern for Bryce, man, even though that's going to lose Pete money. We need to write that on the board, by the way. Got to see who's going to win here. We'll throw out to the flat. 2 broken tackles. He'll pick up about 8. So Pete, well, they could, no, they both couldn't win. Pete's got USC minus, you've got a minus 14, Pete. Is that right? I think you got a minus 14, he said. It's not 14 and a half, right? And then Bryce, man, has got Northwestern on the money line. Another first down for Northwestern. Central Florida now up 10-7 on Houston. Tulane, Memphis still tied. Northwestern's offense is like Joe Biden looking for a bathroom at dark at 2 a.m. I'll do an impression in a second. 1st and 10 here for Northwestern. Another decent run, 4-yard gain. All right, so Joe Biden looking for the restroom at 2 a.m. I have to pee. I think that's how it would go. That's my impression of Joe Biden looking for the restroom at 2 in the morning. Second and 5 for Northwestern. Flushed out of the pocket, ton of pressure. He'll just have to throw it away. It'll be 3rd and 5. On Sling, I am locked out of the USC game, but can watch the other 2. the most popular sport in this country, and we can't figure out broadcasting of the games. This is no longer the greatest country in the world, in my opinion. I will put it back as the greatest country in the world when we figure out how to broadcast college football games without being morons. Third and 5 for Northwestern. Throw, complete first down, and then some all the way inside the 10. Dang. That man's name is Kamili Lee. Just a flat to the running back. Wasn't no one on him. Another run, another 3 missed tackles, so it should have been a tackle for loss. It'll end up being a yard gain. What's up with the water? Honestly, I just haven't had time to go to the grocery store, and so I went to the gas station and got some water. Also, I do feel like I am maybe not in the greatest health, so I did schedule a physical this Friday, a week from today. I haven't had one in like 7 years, so I'm like, maybe we need to do something different. I don't know. Wildcat here for Northwestern. A 2 or 3 yard gain. The delay is insane on Hulu? Is it? We just need to have a show, maybe me and Pete and like Sea-Dog, whoever, and then we'll have like a court case. Well, we'll find who is guilty of being the best streaming service. That'd be a good off-season thing to do. 3rd and goal for Northwestern from the 4. Back to throw. Oh, my God. It's going to be a touchdown. Touchdown, Northwestern. So Northwestern immediately marches down the field to tie the game up. Pete is sweating right now. There wasn't no one on this guy. Oh, it was like a pick. They basically had 2 guys run into each other covering the outside wide receiver. Number one thing to improve your health is processed sugar. Giving up. Muddle Huddle. Muddle Huddle. ESPN app is dog shit. I'm watching this on YouTube TV. I didn't cancel YouTube TV because my billing cycle runs out the 23rd. So even if I were to cancel it today, I would still have it until the 23rd. I also, because Pete was saying he didn't like to hear people complain, I considered, and I still might do this, doing like a 3-hour video of me complaining about this situation and title it something like Things Pigskin Pete Needs to Hear. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be a good use of my time. Just a big 3-hour presentation on why my feelings matter. Hell, that's basically what we do anyway. That's what this is. That's what our channels are. When we stream games, a 3-hour presentation on why our feelings matter. I'd rather have a 10-second delay than not be able to watch the games. This is, it's a strong point. It's a strong point. Complaining about something you can change is what annoys me. So can we not complain about our teams then? Because we could just change what team we root for? Yeah, Pigskin Pete's a Disney shill, dude. Don't listen to that idiot. Pigskin Pete, bought and paid for by Disney. I bet he loved the new Star Wars too. I bet he loved all the new Star Wars. I bet he loves J.J. Abrams. Hey, Pete, what do you think about Snow White and them 7 Dwarves? I bet you love it. I make money from YouTube, not Disney. Then why are you not Team Tube? Team Tube, baby. Oh, Tulane goes up 14-7. 4:58 to go in the first. Houston goes up 14-10. 6:36 to go in the first half against Central Florida. And by the way, I make money from YouTube, not Disney, is exactly what a Disney shill would say. That's exactly what I would expect a Disney shill to say. So correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't watch any of the original Star Wars until 2017, I think. I thought they were just kind of all right. Now, the one with Qui-Gon, the episode 1 and 2, dog shit. Dog shit. Episode 3, where Darth Vader, Anakin becomes Darth Vader, that's my favorite one of all of them. I thought that one was really good. Obviously, the original is good. Was there a penalty or something? Why was that kickoff so short? What did I miss? That he didn't even kick that to like the 30. Yeah, like episode 4, groundbreaking when it was made. And then episode 5 and 6 were just kind of all right. So then episode 8, I guess, which is the first of the new ones, is the exact same movie. It's basically a remake of the original episode 4, which is dog shit. Why? We already seen this movie. They paid Harrison Ford a ton of money, who, by the way, hates Star Wars, or hates his character, hates Han Solo, and all he cares about is getting high on pot. So they pay him a bunch of money to just die for no good reason. And then, honestly, I didn't watch any of the other ones. Now, there's one exception. Of the new Star Wars, Rogue One is actually my favorite. I actually love that one. I have this darkness in me that I like. I don't know. No, I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with weed. I'm just saying that's what his priorities are. I like a good sacrifice story. So Rogue One, basically, spoiler alert, if you've never seen Rogue One and want to go see it, pause and skip forward after like 10 seconds. Everyone dies. And that's my favorite one. Petty likes weed. I'm not sure he doesn't like other things. He did get 7 felony counts of some kind of possession. They are still better. They are still all better than any of the new ones. Yeah, 100%. I'm 100% in agreement. New Star Wars movies are unwatchable. Yes. Rogue One had the best Vader scene. Yeah. Yeah, Rogue One was it. I also think that girl is pretty hot. So that's what I have to say about that. Why would a 10-foot tall Wookiee from Endor? It does not make sense. And for that reason, you must have quit. Kenobi, I didn't see Kenobi. I will tell you this. If we're talking about fiction, and I'm said Lord of the Rings is my favorite. I'm all about Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, all that stuff. Now, the Hobbit movies are dog shit. Maybe my favorite character in fiction is Severus Snape. And I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, but I'm down with Severus Snape. Severus Snape was the guy you need in your corner, man. The ultimate sacrifice. And he never even got to see his sacrifice appreciated. All right, 1st and 10 for USC. You like that segue? Do you have UGA beating Mississippi State, WreckTalk? I would, although I think that's a dangerous game potentially for Georgia. Because Mississippi State is not like the worst team in the SEC or anything, right? Like what they took Tennessee to overtime. I'd have to go look at Mississippi State's record. That's definitely not a game Georgia can overlook for sure. All right, 2nd and 6 for USC. Almost picked. It's going to be 3rd and 6. I've only seen the first Lord of the Rings, and I don't even remember it. All I remember is them smoking magic weed. Well, then you didn't see the first Lord of the Rings. You've already pissed me off. That didn't happen. That didn't happen in the first Lord of the Rings. Actually, it does. It does happen at Bilbo's birthday, I think. Hobbits do love getting messed up. I remember them smoking magic weed, though, when they take the tower. I forget the name of the tower that Saruman is over. And then they bring the trees in, the Ents, and then they mess them up. Yeah, they smoke weed at Bilbo's 111th birthday. Yeah. Isengard, yeah, but there's the tower that he's in. Like the 2 towers. Those 2 towers have names. And I forget what they're called. I'll look it up. What is the name of the Tower of Saruman? Orthanc. Orthanc is the name of the tower that Saruman's in. In fact, I got the book, the original book I read in middle school, somewhere over here. Maybe it's not out here anymore. It's somewhere because I bought this at the book fair in middle school. And you want to talk about a nerd and an only child. I still have all the original bookmarks, baby. How long ago would that have been? How old are you in middle school? I'm 35 now. I mean, it was over 20 years ago. Also, my daughter got syrup on this, and it really pissed me off. If you have a book about it, you're down bad. Well, the book, I'll be honest with you, and Tolkien fans will crucify me for this. The movies are better than the books. This book, first of all, this book was an excuse for Tolkien to write, to make languages. Tolkien was a linguist, right? Like, all of these are all like appendixes defining the structures of these languages. The whole Aragorn and Éowyn love story, it's not in the main thing. It's in the appendices. Tolkien will spend like 10 pages describing the Tree of Gondor. And then for like the Battle of Helm's Deep, which was this epic thing in the movies, which was not accurate to the books. The elves were never at Helm's Deep. So for Helm's Deep, he's just like, and they fought. Anyways, about this freaking tree, though, guys. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Am I a Warhammer fan? I've never played Warhammer. Yeah, the movies don't have Tom Bombadil, which is kind of excusable because Tom Bombadil isn't interested at all in the whole plight of the ring and battle for Middle-earth. He could care less. Probably more powerful than anyone in Lord of the Rings, but he doesn't care. I think he even puts the ring on and just kind of giggles about it, right? Only a Georgia Tech fan watch party for football will Lord of the Rings be discussed for sure. The game Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor was so good. Yes. And then they said, how do we ruin this? Let's monetize one of our own developers' death and make an orc named after this developer that died and sell it as DLC. That happened, by the way. 3rd and 6, man, USC goes to USC. They don't get it. They're going to have to punt. Southern Cal's going to have to punt. No, double E. I saw the 4th episode movie of Star Wars at the theaters when I was in middle school, and it was just called Star Wars, not New Hope at the time. The other thing with Star Wars is George Lucas keeps screwing with the movies. Right? He's changed them like 4 or 5 different times since they've been released. Oh, a fake punt! Caught! Fake punt conversion for a first down. What? Oh my God. That punter threw a dot. That punter threw a tight spiral, didn't he? And he's left-handed. They let a left-handed punter throw for a first down against him. What are you doing? That's what Pete says, let go. Left-handers everywhere are celebrating this abomination to dexterity. 1st and 10, play action, roll out, all the time in the world, throw. Think he caught that. It's going to be a first down. Y'all, this is why you don't take the effing Northwestern money line. Oh, this is what, see, if you didn't take Northwestern on the money line, you'd be having fun right now. You're not having fun. Oh, a little read option. Dang, quarterback breaks like a tackle too. This quarterback looks like he's never taken off and ran in his life. He looks like he just got fitted with new legs. He doesn't know how to work. Look at this run by the quarterback. Looks like that dude from Men in Black that puts that guy's skin over him. Water. More. It's going to be a long ride. Think I'm going to need a little snack. 1st and 10 from the 10 for USC now. Run up the middle, get about 2. I was having fun. I'm not anymore. See, guys, if you bet on the game, you too can have fun and then not anymore. Hey, be quiet, lady. I'm streaming. 2nd and goal for USC. Another play action. All the time in the world. Now he's flushed out of the pocket. Still completed, but they only get about a yard out of it. Damn, that defensive lineman dove right for his ankles, too. Oh, let me see what's going on out here. Damn, all this rabble. Happens every time the ladies know I'm streaming. They're like, oh, my God, I got to get close to him. 3rd and goal now for USC. Back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Breaks one tackle. Touchdown USC. Touchdown USC. Dang, they had him. It looked like dead to rights there. He wiggled out of it. He wiggled right out of it. Yep, that boy, 91 ate shit instead of tackling the quarterback. All right, say it with me. Big bang for Pete right there. Big bang. Bang, bang. Yeah, if you're a defensive lineman and you let a quarterback Heisman pose a stiff arm on you like that, you should quit football. Because I could have done that. Anyone watching the stream could have ate shit right there instead of tackling USC's quarterback. Dang, dude. And this guy's got like a stage 4 mullet going on too. Looks like. I can't see the front of his head because he's got a helmet on, but. There you go. Tied, not tied. USC takes the lead. Now, Pete needs USC to keep scoring, though, and they need him to get a stop. Let's go look at the other games here. Houston now down. This score has changed twice. Damn, Central Florida scored 20 points in the second quarter. So Central Florida's up 23-14 over Houston with 1:36 to go in the first half. Tulane still holding on at the end of the first to a 14-7 lead over Memphis. Can't be holding you tonight. Damn it. Damn it. Damn. You know what I think we need on this stream is maybe some Conway Twitty. I think that would make things better. Hello, darling. I miss you. It's been a long time. That's what we need. If you don't like Conway Twitty, the thumbs down button's right below my face. Mm-mm. I don't know why that's so funny to me, Octavian. Octavian just shows up in the chat and types, "I'm here. I'm here, boys. Break out the fine china. Hey, lady, break out the fine china. Octavian's here, baby. You got nothing to worry about no more." Good to see you, Octavian. Octavian, who are you hiring? Are you hiring Lane Kiffin? Are you paying him $13.5 million a year? What are y'all doing? Conway Twitty does make everything better. I need to get that hairdo he got going. The old tidal wave. Kiffin, I heard. I'm not saying Lane wouldn't go to Florida. I just don't know why Lane would leave Ole Miss. And yeah, the money. I get it. But you've got a playoff team in Oxford right now. Well, maybe Florida has more money than Ole Miss does. Is it a ton more money than they have? Also, if Florida has a ton more money than Ole Miss, like I'm hearing, why have they sucked for so long? Why are they firing coaches every 3 years? Lane, like Key, need to figure out how to build defenses. Agreed. Lane wants to win championships. Easier to do at Florida. If it's so easy to do, why has it not happened in going on, 20 years now? 15 years? I mean, they won a championship with two of the greatest coaches that have ever coached football, Steve Spurrier and Urban Meyer. It's not like, LSU where you had Ed Orgeron win one there. 1st and 10, little bubble here. Complete for 8 yards. Yeah, I don't know. Like, people throw out a lot of these talking points that I hear over and over again, and then I think about it. I'm like, yeah, but then why haven't they done it? if it's so much easier. We need to see an Octavian stream soon, maybe round 3 with Oregon Man. Yeah, we do. 2nd and 2 for Northwestern. See if Northwestern can match them score for score here. Another run up the middle. Boy, Northwestern is bullying them up front. Boy, they ripped the boy's helmet off, too. It's going to be a big first down for Northwestern, but they ripped that boy's helmet off. Mike Porter, I remember Ron Zook. Ron Zook was the coach before Urban Meyer, I think, wasn't he? He was a special teams coordinator, I want to say, that was promoted. And then he went to Illinois after Florida, if I remember right. All right, 1st and 10 for Northwestern. You think you're getting hold on. He caught that. Another completion. What was Octavian saying? You're saying you got Lincoln Riley in play? Why would you want Lincoln Riley? Why would anyone want Lincoln Riley? I could understand when Lincoln Riley was at Oklahoma and then USC got him. I get that he was making the playoffs. But he's 6-2 right now with USC. And at the moment, struggling with Northwestern. 2nd and 5 for Northwestern. Handoff, off tackle. Another first down for Northwestern. They give up a first down to a white running back. Oh, look, the Hawks lost. I got a notification. Isn't Georgia Tech playing in basketball tonight? I mean, I don't care, but they struggled to beat an awful no-name team last game. All right, 1st and 10 for Northwestern. On the USC 45. Another screen. I swear, I feel like I'm watching. They pick up 5 or 6 yards there. I feel like USC's defense. I feel like I'm watching Georgia Tech's defense. Doesn't it? Doesn't this look a lot like Georgia Tech's defense? Catch the ball. We're late getting over there. They've got a ton of cushion around them when on any completed pass. It's Georgia Tech's defense. Oh, the women played. Okay. 2nd and 4 for Northwestern here. Another run up the middle. And he breaks free to the 20, to the 10. He's going to be just short of scoring. Boy, Southern Cal's defense is awful, man. Southern Cal's defense is so bad. This looks just like Georgia Tech's defense I'm watching. Bangs up the middle, then breaks outside. No one touches him till he gets inside the 10. Man. Don't disrespect white running backs. Don't y'all remember the greatness of Zach Lasky? Sure, there's one in the NFL right now, too. All right. 1st and goal from like the 2 here for Northwestern. They need to score here. He's going to be short. Oh, he gets the tush push. I think he's going to score off the tush push. That looks like they're spotting him short at the moment. But he certainly fell across that goal line. Touchdown. Where's Pete at? Damn, Pete down bad at the moment. Pete down bad at the moment. 2nd effort tush push gets him in. Got people talking shit to Pete in the chat. I love it. I love it. 7:20 to go in the half here. We also had another white running back under Paul named Cantrell. I think he was from Tennessee somewhere that was stupid fast. He didn't end up doing a lot for us, but I want to say he was like a 4.4 flat guy. What is USC doing? How is that not offsides for USC? They do the muddle huddle, and then I guess there's a USC defensive lineman that thinks that he's going to play offensive line for Northwestern. Oh, my God, dude. Octavian, why the hell would you want Lincoln Riley as your coach, man? Damn, Georgia Tech's better than USC. We at least ain't done that. That looked like you were playing NCAA 26 and the game glitched or something. Like sometimes it'll happen where they'll just line up 5 yards off sides. See if this extra point's good for Northwestern. Sure it will be. It is. USC is dead to me. Yeah, USC, man. It's like some things just never change. We're all going to die someday, right? No one that I know has beat that. Maybe you say Jesus did. Okay, one guy in history. And Lazarus, I guess, was resurrected. Or not, yeah, he was brought back from the dead. But we're all going to die. We all got to pay taxes. And USC's defense is completely trash. Those three things are not changing unless Lincoln Riley leaves USC. Legends never die. Baby Ruth, the Big Bambino, the Sultan of SWAT. It's been a long time since I've seen The Sandlot. I don't care about baseball. Some of my favorite sports movies are baseball movies. The Sandlot's great, and A League of Their Own is really good. I do dig A League of Their Own. Rosie O'Donnell's in A League of Their Own. When was the last time Rosie O'Donnell was in a movie? She used to be in movies all the time. Hell, she was in the Flintstones movie. Wasn't she? Pretty sure she was. Is she still beefing with Donald Trump? Remember when her and Donald Trump beefed in like the late 90s, early 2000s or something? Donald was just like, "You're ugly. You look like a reptilian. I would never date you." Rosie moved to the UK like the coward she is. Okay, I didn't even know that. She's still beefing with him. Yeah. I would say if you're beefing with somebody and then the person you're beefing with becomes president of the United States, you probably lost the beef, though. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the beef, most likely. Hell, Rosie O'Donnell was even beefed with who I can't remember her name. Hold on. Whoopi Goldberg. She beefed with Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. Like if I got mad at Pete and then Pete became president of the United States, I'd probably bow out. I'd be like, all right, Pete won this one. He won the battle and the war. Oh, yeah, second quarter. You're right. All right. Can any one of these teams get a stop? As a matter of fact, I need to look at how my faux parlay is doing here. Let me look at the box here. So Stone for Northwestern has 62 yards. So we need him to get another 101 yards, which is looking pretty good. However, how do you say Jaden Maeva? He's only got 91 yards. We need him to get... No, we didn't bet him. We're at 28. We need over 53.5. And then we need 435 yards for USC. They only got 140 right now, though. Why does she even care anymore if she fled to the UK? Yeah, I don't know. I'd look at all the crooked teeth people and feel better about myself if I was her. Deep throw here, wide open, 40, down to the 30 for USC. Yeah, neither one of these teams care about playing defense. Hell, that's going to put them at like 110 yards passing. Dang, 133 for Maeva. Oh, this is going to be, I can't just look at total passing yards because their damn punter has yards throwing. About a 2-yard completion for USC. Do they let you do that on sports betting services? Can you make your own parlay? Like, can I look at all of their bets and say, I want to take these 3 and parlay them? Do they allow you to do that? Is that a thing? Yeah, this is like NBA defense. 2nd and 8 for USC. Play action. Flushed out of the pocket. Throws. Is that a touchdown? Touchdown USC. This man throws running straight to the sideline across his body and throws a touchdown. There is a flag, though. Ineligible receiver downfield on the offense. Damn, that's killer. That helps Bryce man out a lot. Pete is devastated. How'd they get a lineman downfield on this? The quarterback was running straight parallel to the line of scrimmage. Oh, yeah, he got way upfield. Was this an RPO or something? I guess it was an RPO, yeah. He tried to get back, so it's going to be 2nd and 12 for USC. Timeout Northwestern. I need some tea, I think. I've got some Mucinex, and I've got some Dayquil. I'm going to tell you a little story, too, about my younger years and dumb shit I've done. Hold on 1 second. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Now I won't be hacking up a lung. Have any of y'all even heard of a class of drug? Oh, appreciate the $2.
Well, dude, you're on YouTube featured right now.
We're YouTube featured with 31 people watching. That's because they know we're bringing the heat tonight. Rockin' Rant might have heard of this. Has anyone heard of a class of drug called a deliriant? It's a subclass of hallucinogenics, but it's completely different than any hallucinogenic. They're called deliriants. So Datura is a deliriant. It's a flower. And Benadryl, of all things, in really high dosages is a deliriant. Has anyone heard of this? But yeah, we're YouTube featured, baby. We got everything right. 2nd quarter. Yeah, a lot of Miami fans get it to cope with Mario. That would be sad. So when I was like 18, I took some of these deliriants, and I took high dosages of Benadryl. Now, how this works on the Benadryl side, Benadryl is an antihistamine. What do antihistamines do? They constrict your blood vessels. So you're basically choking your brain of blood. Also, high risk of stroke doing it. It's completely stupid and highly dangerous. But it gives this deliriant effect. The closest thing I could describe a trip on a deliriant being like is like living through a horror movie. So things will become distorted, but you can't really distinguish real from fiction anymore. It's common to see like thousands of spiders on the ground. You feel like bugs are crawling on you. A lot of people purport to see the Hat Man. And like when you're tripping, you never are aware that you're tripping, right? So you take everything at face value. A lot of times you'll see some shadowy figures moving outside of your peripheral vision. It's absolutely awful. A lot of times it'll give you sleep paralysis too. So you'll go through not really knowing whether you're dreaming or you're awake. It's awful. So if Miami fans are taking that because that's preferable to seeing Mario coach, that's down pretty bad. Yeah, it's down pretty bad. But yeah, you do get launched in the shadow realm. So if you like feeling like spiders are crawling on you and seeing thousands of spiders scurrying along your walls, then it's a good idea. 2nd and 12 for USC. Play action, deep ball, incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 12. Heard of a guy that did some delirium and lived as a gumball machine for years in his trip. That's the other thing that's terrifying about any hallucinogenic property drug is that just time, you have no sense of time whatsoever. Salvia is terrifying. I don't know, like, why would you want that in your life? Because some of that, yeah, like, it takes months to kind of feel right again. Man, this guy's dancing around the pocket, sacked. He takes a 10-yard sack. Wow. Bryce Man is thrilled here. He's dancing around the pocket. Gets sacked for a 10-yard loss. Had a friend that was addicted to Driztan. I'm not familiar with Driztan. What kind of drug is that? Are they going to fake a punt again? Now, this is a different punter. Did they bring in a quarterback to punt last time? This is not the same punter they had last time, is it? Oh, it backs up. Takes a good Northwestern bounce to like the 21. Nasal spray antihistamine. Yeah, all of these antihistamines in high dosages, that's super dumb and dangerous. I'm hoping things ended well for him. Yeah, tons of people have died doing that, by the way. Ugh. The touchdown here would be lit. A lot of people report seeing the Hat Man. 1st and 10, incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Because I can tell you what happened to me. I was like laying on the couch. I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed. And I just see thousands of spiders scurrying on the floor. But I couldn't react to it. It's like your arms, your head, your legs, they all weigh like a ton. 2nd and 10 for Northwestern. Run up the middle. He got bent a little. Pick up about 3. You saw a guy go as the Hat Man for Halloween, huh? Ooh, what about Slender Man? That was like a creepypasta. Spiders low-key the least scary sleep paralysis story? I don't know, man. Imagine laying there feeling like there's spiders crawling on you and you can't do anything about it. I can't think of, there's not much that is more scary to me, honestly. I'm terrified of spiders, though. 3rd and 8, they throw it out to the flat. Close, but no cigars. He might have come close to taking a late hit there. We'll have to look. It's going to be 4th and 4th and 1 or 2 here. Why was GTA 6 delayed again? Let me tell you something about video game delays. I'm all for it. I would much rather the game be delayed than they release it in a broken state like Cyberpunk 2077, which is now a great game, but it's always going to have this veil over it because it was released in such a broken state, which is bullshit, by the way. 4th and 1, they're going to punt. Are they going to fake it themselves? Nope. Punt away. Still tied at 14 apiece then. Fair caught right around the 2021. Oh, dude, I'm terrified of spiders. Oh, man, I don't mess with spiders. That's the thing. Most of this stuff that's so annoying in Georgia is not native to the state. Kudzu was brought over here for whatever dumb reason it was brought over here. That's native to Asia. Joro spiders, invasive species. Ants are an invasive species.
Every time I hear the words Roll Tide, my Hoover begins to palpitate.
Yeah, I appreciate the $5 from Millis. He likes the AI reader. 1st and 10 here for USC now from their own 21. Run off tackle. Pick up about 4. Yeah, ants were brought over in the ballast of ships like in the 1800s or something, 1800s. But yeah, they're not native to North America. Tilapia, I think, also an invasive species. 2nd and 6 here for USC. Is that intercepted by a defensive lineman? Wow, is that a pick 6 defensive lineman pick 6? I wasn't 100% paying attention. What in the world? So I don't know what the ref's saying here, but did they wave that off? What did they say? Because I can't hear it. Oh, he fumbled. He fumbled into the end zone. And it went out of the end zone. I think they're saying he fumbled, which he did. The ball went in the end zone. They didn't recover it, and it went out of the back of the end zone. So now USC is going to take over from the 20. That is devastating. Oh, my God. Big run for USC. He might score. He's still on his feet to the 40, to the 30, brought down at the 25. Oh, my God. So they go from being up, about to be up 21-14 to about to being down 21-14. Wreck, I'm about to quit betting. Well, Obviously, you never listened to me. You should have listened to me betting like this game is torture for you, man. So that'll take us into the 2-minute timeout. What a turn of events in this game. What a turn of events. Why would he fumble the ball? I don't know, man. He tried to score, and then he remembered, I don't actually know how to hold on to the ball. That's crazy, dude. That is so crazy. I would be so pissed off if I was Bryce Mann. How much money did you put on the money line tonight? How much money did you put on the money line? Man. No way you put $300 on the money line, dude. There's no way. Tell me that you're trying to get a rise out of me. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? My God. Go big or go home? You keep doing this, you're not going to have a home, man. The first is going to come up pretty quick. Okay? What's the payout if this hits for you? If they do win, what do you get? I mean, my God, dude. And it's worse because you listen to me and I rail against this every week. Every week I rail against betting on sports. So you can't say no one told you. And let me tell you something. Even if Northwestern wins, this still should be a lesson to you. This was none too wise. I mean, Bryce, man, what do you like to do? What do you do as a hobby? $250 of it that I won from a work raffle thing. That's not okay. Let's say you won $1 million in the lottery. Okay? You buy one of the tickets, you get $1 million. And then you bet $1 million on Northwestern and they lost. Would it be, well, it's okay because I won it in this thing. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's still not okay. I refuse the premise of that at the face of it. Bryce put $750K on Tulane versus Memphis in that situation. Yeah. 1st and 10 for USC on the 25. On Northwestern 25. They're threatening to score here. Play action. Complete. What a catch. Complete down to the 11 or 12. Y'all, I was not being smart, okay? Yes, we can all agree. What a catch, dude. What a catch. Yeah, we can all agree Bryce Mann was being none too smart right now. 1st and 10 from the 12, it looks like. That still means you put $50 of your own money down. So they can get a first down should they get it inside the 2. They're going to score right here, though. Touchdown USC. Who does Tech play tomorrow? Nobody. Yeah, they're on a bye. So Northwestern just went from probably being up 21-14 to being down 21-14 because they have a defensive lineman that was sick the day they taught football at football school. It's going to be my last bet of the year. Yeah. In fact, we need to immortalize this stupidity. We need to immortalize it. In big brings me no pleasure. You know, $300. Hey, but it's okay. It's okay. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I need Carolina jackpot on my soundboard. Why did you do that? Imagine withdrawing your 401k for a sports bet. I don't want to. Anyone that does that, I question their sanity. I mean, betting $300 on this is one thing. Like, that ain't going to kill you. It is dumb, but it's not going to kill you. Betting your ability to retire on sports is completely crazy. First of all, whatever bookie you use is not going to let you bet. They're going to have a max bet on what you can do. Like they're not going to let you bet like $100,000 on a game. If they do let you bet $100,000 on a game, that means guaranteed you're a loser. That means they know you're a loser. All right. So Northwestern's going to get possession back here. I don't care about the NFL. Let's keep this moving. Yeah, no, there's a lot of football left. There's a lot of football to be played. $500 is the max bet. Yeah, they're not going to let you clean them out potentially on one bet. And again, if someone does accept a very large bet from you, that means 100% they know you're a losing sports bettor. Second and 6 for Northwestern here. Minute 15 to go in the half. Now look, USC's defense is bad. And Northwestern could tie this game up in the next minute 15 seconds going into the half. Aaron Donald, isn't that the guy that Urban Meyer didn't know who he was when he was coaching the Jaguars? Or am I wrong about that? It was either him or like J.J. Watts or something. Can you imagine what USC would do to the Tech defense? Yeah, this defensive coordinator, he ain't no good. Second and 6, play action. Roll out, throw. Did he catch that? No, he did not. It's going to be 3rd and 6. All right, Northwestern, you can't give them the ball back with a minute left on the clock now. Because USC's going to, if they don't convert this, USC's calling a timeout. Damn, he got his hands on it. Just let him a little too much. So it's going to be 3rd and 6 for Northwestern. All right, don't beat yourself up too much, man. A lot of football to be played. But again, if your bet does hit tonight, you still should never do this again. Oh, my God. Deep ball off his back foot, almost caught incomplete. USC's not even going to have to take a timeout. They're going to get the ball back with 1:04. Bryce, man, I'll tell you the same thing Papa Rec told me years ago. I was considering taking Ole Miss on the money line against Alabama. And this is what Papa Rec told me. He said, well, I guess if you're tired of giving your ex-wife most of your money, you could give the bookie the rest of it. And I didn't make that bet. And Alabama beat Ole Miss pretty handedly that night. So let that sink in. I've never forgotten those words. Papa Rec, wise man. Papa Rec doesn't even buy scratch nothing. Doesn't gamble a dime. Now, he does work. There's a ton of people that love gambling in the trucking industry, though. In fact, they will take out a large part of their weekly check, buy whole rolls of scratch-offs, scratch them the entire weekend. Yeah, I'll hook you up with a phone call with Papa Rec. We get to half, I'll tell you another story. USC, back to throw, got time, deep ball, incomplete. No one even close to that ball except for a Northwestern defender. 51 seconds to go in the half. Second and 10 for USC. Bryce man needs a pick here. Turnover would be killer. USC or Northwestern showing blitz here. Let's see if they do bring them. They don't. Throws a slant complete. He'll be brought down short, though. Clock's still rolling. USC's not going to take a timeout. It's going to be 3rd and 5. They won't take a timeout because they don't want to give Northwestern the ball back with time. USC back to throw. Dances out of the pocket again. Pointing downfield. Throws off of his back foot. Incomplete. Hell of a collision down there. So Northwestern will get the ball back with around 18 seconds left, probably. Somewhere in that neighborhood. I love this comment. I'm a hypocrite. I think the lottery is for suckers, but I bet on sports every week. It makes no sense, I know. Yeah, I bet on sports, which you literally are not going to be able to win at, but the lottery's for morons. Those people that buy lottery tickets. I mean, I don't know. If you looked at the odds versus expected payout, something tells me the lottery is a better bet. Just because your payout is so much better versus what you risk. All right. Are we going to commercial or not? What is this? Like if I can bet $1, even though it's a 1 in however many 100 million chance to make $1 billion, that seems like your expected payout would be better than betting 300 on the money line for Northwestern. I'm just saying. Yeah, I guess we're split screening commercials here. Because the thing is, but then with the lottery, buying 10 tickets doesn't really change your odds. Buying 1,000 tickets doesn't really change your odds at all. There's a flag here. Fair caught by Northwestern. There's a flag at the line of scrimmage, though. Say what you will about the lottery. It does pay for a lot of tech kids on scholarships. Yeah. No, at least with sports, you have some idea of what to expect. Lottery is completely blind. Both are dumb, though. Okay, false start on USC. But here's the thing, though. Anyone who's an advantage sports bettor, that is a mathematical exercise. You're targeting new apps that have set a sideways line. I mean, it's not purely mathematical, but it's certainly more mathematical than your sports acumen. Okay, what's the deal? We're going to another commercial? Okay, no. 18 seconds left. Did I call it? Did I tell you they'd get the ball back with 18 seconds left? 1st and 10. 2 timeouts remaining for Northwestern. They could get into field goal range here, though, with 18 seconds for sure. Back to throw for Northwestern. Throws complete. Not going to get the first. The ball came out. I'm pretty sure he was down, though. Because I watch football. The coin does it. Yeah, we gave up on that, but there's no amount I wouldn't bet on the coin. Like, if you told me Pete makes 100 picks versus the coin, there's no amount of money I wouldn't bet on the coin. I will stand behind that. Because all I'm saying is you're not picking above 50%. Now, maybe the coin doesn't flip at 50%, but. In fact, if you were winning above 15%, that would flag your bookie as something ain't right. That's what you gave up. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 2nd and 2, 9 seconds to go. Running back looks a little gimpy. Yeah, running back looks a little gimpy here. You think you could destroy the coin and you bet $300 Northwestern on the money line. Okay. It's going to be 2nd and 2 for Northwestern. 9 seconds to go. Another timeout. Man, it takes forever. Like, the first up to 1 minute remaining in a half or a game goes by quick. That last minute goes by slow. Bryce would beat the coin too. You guys have no faith in the coin. None. In fact, I should go back and watch all the. We're on a bye this week. Maybe I could do that. Go back and watch all the lunch money shows, track your picks, and see how those did. All your picks of the week. You do 3 or so, right? What's going on, Mr. King? All right. Northwestern back to throw. Dumps it off again short. They'll have to call a timeout now, and they're not going to have enough time to try and get in field goal range. They have to go for the end zone. You're getting lit? Getting lit tonight, huh? All right. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Oh, you track your picks on the lunch money. Okay. But you don't break it down to like, hey, I would put X number of units on this pick, X number of units on pick 2 or whatever. You're just saying based on those picks. I'm not saying, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with getting lit tonight. I didn't say anything. So they're going to run the clock out on the ground. Did he fumble the ball as well? All right, 14-21 will be the score as we go into half. Let's go take a peek at these other 2 Friday night games. So we've got Central Florida up in the third quarter, 24-17 over Houston, and Tulane starting to walk away 28-17 with a minute 24 and the ball going into half over Memphis. Pete, did you live bet this Memphis Tulane game? Tell me you didn't take Memphis on something. All right. So I told you my dad works. He's a truck driver. A lot of people, especially fond of scratch-offs. Like I said, they'll buy rolls of scratch-offs, scratch them all weekend. And so my dad is telling me, like, a lot of these guys do this every weekend, don't have a dime in retirement, don't contribute a dime into retirement, and are super suspect of all these retirement investment things like Vanguard. That's a scam. But they spend all their money on scratch-offs. Like, I'd have to look at where I work. I think I contribute up to 6%, and they match half of it. So I think that's like I contribute 6, I get 9. So they match 100% up to 6. So I contribute 6% a check, and then I get basically 12% out. So my dad talks to one of these guys. He's like, hey, what's going on with this basically? And this guy tells my dad, oh man, when you're down bad, when you are worried whether you can pay your bills, that's when you hit them scratch-offs. And I was like, yeah, that's like one of the darkest things I've ever heard, man. That's down bad. If I've ever heard a definition of being down bad, it's that. Scratch-off people holding up the line at the gas station pisses me off. I made a video about it years ago. It pisses me off too, man, but then I hold up the line buying tobacco because no one knows what the hell I'm talking about when I try and tell them Longhorn straight long cut, and they're like, regular? And I'm like, no, straight. It says it on the can. It's in a red can. Get it. All of them you have. Put them in a bag. I don't care what it costs. That's true. If Tulane upsets Memphis, who's going out of the group of 5? That would be a great argument as to why the group of 5 should not get an automatic bid into the playoffs. It should go with the top number of teams like it does. You have a group of 5 team that's ranked in the top 12, they go. Otherwise, they don't get an automatic bid. All right, halftime. Pete needs another score at a minimum. Pete looking good. Let's look at Northwestern's quarterback has 75 yards. I took over 162.5. So that is not looking great. He's on pace. He's on pace to throw for 150. We are looking good with Mavia here, 154. So he's on pace to throw for 308. We only need. We didn't have him for anything. Over 434.5 yards for USC. Where are they at right now? 264. They're on pace for over 500. So we're banging on that. And then over 53.5. we're looking good for that too. All right. We need Northwestern's quarterback to do better. I swear if an unranked group of 5 takes Tech's spot in the playoffs, they could. Yeah, for 100% they could. I mean, they get an automatic bid. They're knocking some Power 4 team out, right? By definition. There'll be a Power 4 team with 2 or 3 losses that probably should get that spot that'll go to a group of 5 school. For sure. What if we did a 4-team group of 5 playoff? It's 2 extra games. Whoever wins that gets an auto bid. Tulane's now up 35-17. Tulane's going to blow them out. So, Tulane up 35-17. 34 seconds to go into the half over Memphis. Pete, you never told me if you bet this. You live bet this. Houston now tied with Central Florida, 7:38 to go in the third, 24 apiece. 16 teams, no auto bids. Something tells me if you do that, you're getting 1 team from the Big 12 and 1 team from the ACC in. Then they just say, well, we'll do 6 SEC teams, 6 Big 10 teams. That'll be 12. 1 team from the ACC and Big 10. That's 14. And then 2. Yeah, and then you got 2 other slots. You okay, you didn't live bet it. Okay. You didn't live bet it. All right, they're showing some highlights here. Why is Central Florida wearing blue? I thought Central Florida was black and gold. Why are they wearing blue? You know that this stuff irritates me. Have you guys seen TCU's uniforms for this week? Looks like some cyberpunk horse shit. Do I think Tech will be favored against Pitt? Probably they will be. It depends. You know, if Pitt beats Notre Dame, they'll probably be a slight favorite. I think most likely Tech will be a slight favorite in that game because it's at Bobby Dodd. Do I think Tech should be favorited in that game? Absolutely not. It's a matchup nightmare for Georgia Tech. Everything Tech does bad, they do well. They have a pretty good defense, pretty good at stopping the run, and they have probably the best passing attack in the ACC. Yes, I've seen Pitt's offense. I saw them when they played NC State and dog walked them before NC State dog walked us. Of course I've seen it. All right, I got to pee. We beat Miami last year. Would you say Pitt this year is similar to the Miami matchup last year offensively? The thing is, you can't really make that comparison because Georgia Tech's defense is much worse than they were last year, in my opinion. So Miami's offense last year was is better than what Pitt's offense this year is, but Georgia Tech's defense is worse than that, whatever that marginal difference is. Our defensive play calling is nowhere as good as Tyler's. Tyler's play calling was probably better, but I mean, you kind of forget we lost like 9 defensive linemen off that team. So if Tyler was calling plays, would we be better? Probably. Would we be a ton better? I still don't think we would. Like I think that your problem is much more personnel than it is play calling. I mean, because Gideon kind of has tried everything, right? I mean, he did during the NC State game. I would imagine Tyler wishes he didn't leave now because he's probably going to get shit canned by the Ravens. Plus, he left to become a linebacker coach. I would love to know what all went into that decision for him. Yeah, I saw that everyone was super thrilled that he said, slice me open and see what I bleed. However, it's not an answer to the question, are you taking interviews? Are you leaving Georgia Tech? It's not an answer. We didn't play prevent all game. No, we played a lot of zone. We tried to play man. We tried to blitz everyone. We tried rushing 3. We couldn't do anything. Where did he say he wasn't leaving Georgia Tech? Can you give me the quote he said he wasn't leaving Georgia Tech? Like if someone said, hey, are you going to stop doing YouTube? And I said, you know where I stand on that. That's not an answer to that question. My friends know, where I stand. My fans know where I stand on that. Not an answer to the question. I listened to the whole press conference. In fact, I've listened to every press conference Brent Key's done this year on stream. I didn't hear him say he's not leaving Georgia Tech. Do I think he'll leave Georgia Tech? Probably not. Syracuse kind of gave Pitt a fit this year. Yeah, but Syracuse had, that's when they had Angeli. I mean, Pitt's lost to Louisville and West Virginia. Now, the West Virginia loss is pretty head-scratching at this point. It came earlier in the year. But if you look at over like the past 3 or 4 weeks, who's been playing the best ball in the ACC, I think it's Pitt. I said this on a members-only stream, too. I don't really care what Brett Key says in the press conferences until I see an extension sign. Like, that's the only thing that matters to me. He's already getting paid. He's woefully underpaid. He makes, like, what, $4.14 million this year, something like that? Median ACC coach pays somewhere between 6 and 7. Do you think he's a mid-tier ACC coach? Why would we sign him to an extension that still made him one of the lowest paid coaches in the conference? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now, obviously, you don't know. You had no way of knowing there was going to be, 8, 9, 10 positions open this year. Dang, man. Memphis is just falling on their faces, aren't they? So Houston, Central Florida still tied at 24 apiece. 4:25 to go in the third. And then at halftime, Tulane is up 35-17. I'm going to tell you what, you do not see a lot of what you would think to be equally yoked teams where one of them scores 35 points and a half. I mean, Tulane's on pace to hang 70 on Memphis, and Memphis was favorite in that game. That's wild. Previewing BYU at Texas Tech. That's going to be a good game. How is that a noon game? How is a top 10 matchup a noon game? It's not like they're Big Ten teams where they have the big noon kickoff or anything. Someone explain that to me. BYU undefeated. Why do I feel like it's so hot in here? I need to get me a fan. I just kind of want to go to bed and see if I made money in the morning. Yeah, that's like being afraid of flying and just drinking until you pass out. Just, all right, when I wake up, we'll be there. It's fine. It's totally fine. Well, Texas Tech spent a lot of money in the offseason, man, and it's showing. Again, Romello Height over there. Where did I see on Twitter someone saying, or was it on Twitter or in my own Discord? Oh, you have to get up at 6, yeah. But that Texas Tech spent like $6 or $7 million on their defensive line. Who's in the race for the Big 12 right now? Other than Texas Tech and BYU, is anyone else in the race? Let's see, Big 12 football standings. All right, so it's BYU, Texas Tech. Cincinnati has one loss. And then Houston, Utah has one loss. And Arizona State has 2 losses. So BYU, no conference losses. Texas Tech has 1. Cincinnati has 1. Houston has 2. Utah has 2. Arizona State has 2. So BYU in a good spot. I'm assuming has Cincinnati. Who is Texas Tech? Who have they played? Texas Tech 2025 football schedule. All right, so Texas Tech doesn't play Cincinnati. Does BYU play Cincinnati? They do. BYU plays Cincinnati. They play them in 2 weeks. I'm right. He didn't say he wasn't going anywhere or was, but I just rewatched his meeting, and when he said he put everything into changing this program around. So when he said, slice me open and see what colors I believe he's saying he believes Georgia Tech. But why didn't he say white and gold, though? That's also a little strange to me. I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'm just saying it's not great when there's a lot of buzz about your head coach potentially interviewing for other jobs, taking another job. You take a loss, and then in your bye week, you still don't have an extension signed. Now, I don't know what all is going into that. Do I think, if I had to bet my life right now, do I think Brent Key is going to be here next year? Yeah, if I had to bet, I would say Brent Key's here next year. But it makes me nervous as we go on and you still don't have an extension signed. All right, so you've had Nebraska has signed Matt Rule to an extension already. SMU has signed Rhett Lashley to an extension already. Why can't Georgia Tech get an extension signed with Brent Key? What is holding that up? I don't know, but I don't like it that it hadn't happened. Not going to lie, I'm going to freak out if he leaves, though, yeah. Now, it depends. Like, I said this on a members stream. If he's thinking like, oh, I need Georgia Tech to pay me $9 million or more a year, then I'd say, as much as I love Brent Key, screw that. Screw that. That means someone is way overpaying for him. All right. I mean, where could he realistically go? Like Arkansas, Auburn. He's from Alabama, so maybe Auburn. But hell, Auburn's in the – you're going to a worse situation. Well, they're in the SEC, yeah. Yeah, and along with all that extra money that you're getting and easier recruiting, the expectation is going to be if you're not in the playoffs in 3 years, we're shit canning your ass. So you got to ask yourself – I mean, that's why, like, if I'm Lane Kiffin, like, I'm not leaving. Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I mean, Brent Key's woefully underpaid for what he's done for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's in a position that they've really never been in before. Buy-in from the program they've never really had before. You know, you've beaten multiple top 10, top 5 teams. Like, you know, you knocked Miami basically out of the playoffs last year at home. Record attendance at the games, that has nothing to do, or it has something to do with how much you spend on the program, obviously, but that has to do with winning on the field. He's doing that. You've got a player in the Heisman Trophy contention that it's not like we went out like Miami did with Carson Beck and just spent more than everyone on Haynes King. No one was gunning to get Haynes King. No one thought Haynes King was going to be what he was when he was at Georgia Tech. So that's on Brent Key, and you're not paying the man. I also think because of the market for coaches right now and that so many people are looking for a coach, I mean, he's probably working with his agent, and his agent's taking him, telling him, like, look, this opportunity doesn't come around often where you got 8 Power 4 teams looking for a coach. You've got to capitalize now and work out a deal. Yeah, I have seen people saying he's negotiating salary for his coaches and stuff. I don't know. I hope that's true. That is who I believe Key to be. But anyways, 1st and 10 here for Northwestern. Northwestern needs a score. All right, they make something out of nothing with that. Blake Gideon needs to fix the defense before the Pitt game. I don't think you're fixing this defense. You might can Band-Aid some stuff together to maybe win some games that you shouldn't. But the fix for the defense really is going to come this offseason. That's where the fix for the defense is going to come. So when we start throwing money around to get players in the portal, they damn sure better be on the defensive line. Run for Northwestern. Oh, he breaks free all the way down to midfield for Northwestern. Let's go, Bryce, man. Big run for Northwestern here. Another screen pass. And he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage. If we can get the defense to play on their assignments, we'll be far ahead of where we were in the last game. Now, that is true. There's certainly a lot, even with the personnel you have, there are certainly a lot of improvements you can make on defense as far as assignment football is concerned. Because we had a blown coverage in that game. We had a flat-out just blown coverage against NC State. 2nd and 10 here at midfield for Northwestern. Back to throw. Pick up the pressure. Throws the deep ball. No PI. Pretty good coverage there really good coverage by USC there. USC starting to bow up on defense a little bit. So he runs a wheel route. Yeah, that guy just had position on him. That ball never had a chance. 3rd and 10 for Northwestern. All right. Handoff up the middle. Pretty good run, but they're going to be about 4 yards short here. Probably should punt here, but I'm none too confident in Northwestern's defense. They're going to go for it at midfield. 4th and 3. Northwestern's going to go for it. They try and get them to jump off sides. They don't get it. They'll get the actual play in. What are we doing here? Well, they're letting the play clock run down. They're just going to take a timeout here and then punt? Or are they going to take a delay of game and then punt? No? Quarterback's looking at the sideline. He can't get the play. He's freaking out. What the hell is Northwestern doing? It would make sense to me if you tried to draw them off sides, you had no intention of going for it, take the delay of game, give your punter a little bit more cushion to pin them in. That's not what it looked like happened there. It looked like they were wanting to run the play clock down, make them think that's what they were doing, and then snap a play or snap the ball, but they never got a play in. I don't know what happened there. Houston up 27-24 at the end of the 3rd. Okay. Oh, dog, what is it? I forgot it's Mother's Day. I'm a mother lover, you're a mother lover. We should each other's mothers. Bang each other's moms. It would be my honor to be your new stepfather. That's right. Every Mother's Day is a Mother's Night. Don't forget that. Rhett, do you think part of the reason Tyler left was he knew what the person... No, not at all. No. That he took a job at the NFL as a position coach tells me my guess would be hitting the recruiting trail and recruiting 365 probably had a big thing to do with that. Like, it tells me he didn't want to coach in college anymore. Yeah, he wanted to go to the NFL. I mean, why else would you go to the Ravens? No, I don't. I think it had nothing to do with the personnel at Tech. Tell a story about my dad, about your dad was growing up. Do you mean to say tell a story about my dad when I was growing up? I don't know. I mean, we've told some already. I've told a lot on the channel. Let me think about it. Think of a good Papa Wreck story. I can tell you the maddest I've ever seen Papa Wreck where I wasn't the cause of his ire. The maddest that I've ever seen my dad not at me was when we had Calvin Johnson and Reggie Ball was the quarterback, and we have the ball like inside the 10, go ahead score wins it for us, and Reggie Ball threw it out of bounds on 4th down. That's the maddest I've ever seen my dad. He just kept running around the house yelling, "Why? Throw it to Calvin!" He did that for like 30 minutes. So that's the maddest I've ever seen my dad nod at me. USC will fair catch this punt inside the 10 here. What kind of advice did he give me? The best advice my dad gave me was probably everything you're doing, do the opposite of that, which was really good advice. Wasted a timeout just to punt. Yeah. I'll tell you some advice Papa Rec gave me that's held true. Whatever you're doing in life, whatever you do for work, you can flat out work. You can just out hustle and outwork and out try 80% of the people you work with. USC back to throw, complete, first down. They'll pick up about 13, 14. Now, the other 20% there, you got to really hone your craft in. But for the most part, you can just outwork 80% of the people you work with, no matter where you work. Truck driver's a pretty good gig. 1st and 10 for USC. Play action. Throw downfield wide open to the 40. Broken tackle to the 30. Out of bounds at the 25. Northwestern's defense is awful. I was a senior at Georgia Tech after the Reggie Ball gym. Someone spray painted reserve for Reggie Ball on a handicapped parking spot in a lot near the. What lot was it? What building was it near? Was it on like going toward the west side of campus, like where Howie Physics building is? Where was the spot spray painted? I'm sure it's changed a lot since then, but that's awesome. Another play action, another deep ball, incomplete though. Some good advice my football coach, a man named Hiawassee Berry, told me. This is the back lot between Love and Howie Physics. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Football coach gave me this advice. He was the punting coach. He said that women have about 40% of the wealth in the world, but 100% of the poontang. And that stuck with me. 2nd and 10 for USC. Handoff up the middle. Nothing going to be about a yard loss. That same punter coach called me some variant of my last name, the Clown, too. Called me the Clown because I was silly and I was ignorant. Third and 10 for USC. All right, boy, Northwestern needs a stop here. Back to throw, roll out. Might have got away with a hold there off tackle. Complete for a first down, though. Northwestern went in man coverage, just got beat over there toward the sideline. Biggest regrets? I don't really have any regrets, man. Like, I know that's cliche, but all my experiences in life up to this point have made me who I am today. So honest to God, I don't sit back thinking about anything. I don't regret anything. All right, run up the middle for USC. Maybe 2 yards there. Now, make no mistake, I've done an incredible amount of dumb shit in my life. But, sometimes you got to learn by being a complete idiot, and I'm certainly an example of that. All right, it's going to be a false start on USC here. You allow your pass to haunt and stunt you? I don't know what's going on in your past, but, I mean, what are you going to do about it? Like, have you ever once been like, oh, my God, I hate what I did. It's so awful. I regret it so much. And then felt better about all the regret you have about it. Did it change any of it? No. You probably do feel better about saying, hey, I'm not going to do that anymore. Whatever I got to do not to do that, that's what I'm going to do. 2nd and 13. Another run up the middle. All right. Damn, so it's going to be about 3rd and 7. Where is Sea-Dog for the stream to get weird? It's been weird for a while, man. I don't know what I'm gonna be able to live stream tomorrow because it's a bye week. I'm gonna have my kid for most of the day probably, so it'll be tough for me to stream 7:00 game. Might be able to stream one of the noon games. Timeout USC on this 3rd and 7. All right. Northwestern needs to hold them to a field goal badly here. And I'm not so sure, knowing USC, if this is 4th and 4 or shorter, I'm not so sure they don't go for it. It wasn't advice my dad gave me. My dad once told me, son, I'm tired of all the stupid. He told me that a few times. I didn't listen. I definitely continued with the stupid. To this day, I've continued with the stupid. I mean, who didn't do things just to irritate your old man in the day? Just to get a rise out of your old man? I made a vocation of that at times. I make a vocation of doing that to my ex-wife. Every so often, if I have to fart, I'll call my ex-wife. And I pray it goes to voicemail. If it goes to voicemail, I'll wait until the voicemail recording starts and I'll fart into the phone. And then she'll call me and say, did you just leave me a voicemail that's a fart? And I'll say, yes, I did. I did do that. It makes way more sense than anything you usually say to me. So that's also fun. Is he a Tech alum? No, he's a Southern Poly alum. Graduated from Southern Poly. He did, however, do ROTC with Kennesaw State and Georgia Tech. So I think he did some ROTC stuff at Georgia Tech. Graduated, was commissioned, went into the military, and then did his 4 years or whatever it was, 4 or 6 year commitment he did, got out. Then he, got into driving trucks or whatever. But he was in the, I don't know what you call it, like non-active reserve or something. Basically, you're on standby that they can call you up. So around 2001, he's like, you know what? I think it was August. I'm not lying. I'll have to ask him. I think it was August of 2001. He's like, you know what? I'm just not going to re-up it for this year. Obviously, September 11th of 2001, 9/11 happened. And he certainly would have been deployed to the Middle East. In fact, that was the first time I think we deployed National Guard people abroad. When did he do his ROTC at Tech? It would have been like 88. Because I was born in 90, he was active. So I want to say like 88, something like 87. Third and 7 here, little fade route. Did he catch that? I think he caught that. That was absolutely fantastic defense. The defender even got his hand on it. That damn wide receiver still caught that thing. I mean, look at this. What a catch. What a catch. Yeah, Bryce Man's done. Bryce Man's done. Pete's going to cover his bet. Bang, touchdown. That's one of the best receptions I've ever seen. That was crazy. It's one of the best ones I've seen this year. What is ALR? You know, when I don't understand things, I get mad. I'm going to watch one more drive from Northwestern. If they don't score, I'm going to bed. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Pete, Golden Phoenix wants to know what he can lose money on. Pete's not going to tell you anything because then you're going to blame Pete if you lose money on it. We know that trick. Oh, ALR means all right. Well, try a little harder, man. All right, you know, it's not that hard. Look, I'll type it. Let's see how fast I can type all right. Boom. See how quick that was? Less than a second. Less than a second. In fact, I feel like it's harder for me to type ALR. You guys need to work on your typing skills. Who do you actually think will win, Virginia or Wake Forest? Because last 4 games, Virginia ain't really been playing good, though. Here's the thing, though. Virginia finds a way to win these games. The game's also in Charlottesville. The game's in Charlottesville. I would say Virginia wins that game. I mean, we talked about it at the top of the show. I do think Virginia loses a game. So they've got their home games are Virginia Tech and Wake. They're likely to win both of those games. Virginia Tech could be weird because it's a rivalry game, but Virginia Tech's pretty bad. At Duke, I think they lose. I think at Duke they lose. Then things get interesting with if Duke wins out, you have a one-loss Duke team, etc. But yeah, I mean, the best thing for Tech would be for Virginia to lose 2 more games. If they lost Wake and Duke, that would be nice. Or if they're going to lose 1 game, the best thing for Tech is for them to lose to Virginia Tech. That's what we'd want. If you're a Georgia Tech fan, you want Virginia to lose to Virginia Tech. Why? Because in a 3-way tie between Louisville, Virginia, and Georgia Tech, the only common opponent that those teams have is Virginia Tech. Louisville has already beat Virginia Tech as well as Georgia Tech. Virginia would be kicked out in that scenario. As crazy as that is, based on my understanding of these tie-break rules. It will be 4 teams tied if they lose. Yeah. Then I did this scenario. If it's Georgia Tech, Louisville, Virginia, and Duke, based on what I predicted, I'm pretty sure Georgia Tech's going to be the first out, then Virginia, and you'll have Louisville play Duke, I think. Yeah, I did go to Winderberry. Because none of those teams have a common opponent. It would come down to your opponent ACC record. If we go 11-1, beat Georgia, but miss ACC title, we are a lock for the playoffs. I would like to say that, yes, we should be a lock for the playoffs then. I just, Notre Dame being ranked in the top 10 with 2 losses makes me not say that's 100% a lock. Who does Pete have? Pete says he likes Bama 9.5. Who do they play tomorrow? LSU. Alabama's got LSU. Is LSU better without Brian Kelly, though? I couldn't even tell you. All right, run up the middle for Northwestern. They'll pick up 2. I see a channel that I'm subscribed to, Big Ten Huddle. They're going live now. It says USC Northwestern recap. How do you do a recap in the third quarter of a game? Oh, live in 30 minutes. I'm sorry. You think Vandy loses tomorrow? Okay. 2nd and 8 for Northwestern. Northwestern has, I don't think they've scored since the first quarter, have they? Deep ball there, nothing going. It's going to be 3rd and 8. But no, there's a flag. He's going to draw defensive pass interference, which I don't know that I agree with. I'll have to see it again. It looked like the defender had position, but he might have grabbed him. We'll have to see. Pass interference defense. Let's see here. He's got his hand on his shoulder. Yeah. That is pass interference. He ran right in front of him and then prevented him from going forward at all. I agree with that. So 1st and 10 for Northwestern. Play action here. Screen thrown back across his body for a big loss. Well, not a big loss, about a 3-yard loss. Damn, it's going to be 2nd and 13 or 14. 2nd and 14 now for Northwestern. Yeah, USC's really bowed up on defense here. You're taking Mississippi State to beat UGA. That's going to be a tough road game for Georgia. Even Georgia fans are fairly concerned about this Mississippi State game. Damn, yeah, let's take a peek over here. Yeah, Houston, Central Florida tied at 27 apiece with 7:53 to go in the 4th. And then Tulane now up 38-17 with the ball. 6:48 to go in the 3rd over Memphis. Northwestern back to throw. Throws. Complete. He's going to be close to a first if he didn't get it. He's going to be pretty close. Mississippi State money line might be worth it. Yeah. How do you figure out what the money line pays? So, for instance, let's say Mississippi State's plus 1,500 or something on the money line. What does that pay out? Or they're plus 500 on the money line. What does that pay out? 3rd and 1 here for Northwestern. They'll go under center, hand it off. They'll get it, though. Pretty sure they got that first. Hell, I guess I could just Google it. I'll educate myself. So if it's plus 100, for every 100 you wager, you win 100. So if it's plus 100, then you get 100%. Oh, they're short and they go for it. They did get it. So plus 500 means you get 5 times minus the juice, which is what, 4% of your bet or somewhere's around there. Okay. Oh, so if someone's 1,500, you get 15 times the money you put up. So 100 gets you 1,500. Yeah, I can't believe they called that short. They did convert the 4th, though. Let's see. What is the money line for Mississippi State? All right, back to throw. 1st and 10. Northwestern throw complete. They don't get much, though. We get about 4. Let's see what the money line is. It's plus 275. Plus 275 is the money line for Mississippi State. Okay. I'm with you now. So if you bet Bryce's 300, you get 2.75 times that. So 300 times 2.75, you'd make 825. Oh man, Northwestern gets nothing on that. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Or 100, you get 275. Like, you know, that might not be a bad game to put $100 on if you don't care about losing 100. All right, 3rd and 7. Northwestern needs to convert this badly. 2:52 to go. Timeout Northwestern. All right, timeout Northwestern here. Well, what is your payout here? Let's see. Northwestern, USC. I mean, I don't know what the exact odds you got. I'm just looking at FanDuel. Plus 1,500. So if Northwestern wins, you get 300 times 15. Hold on. 300 times 15. You're telling me he gets $4,500 if Northwestern wins this game? Am I understanding that right? I like over in the UGA game. Yeah, UGA's defense has been suspect. I don't know what the over is. I'd imagine it's got to be over 50 points, though, doesn't it? It's over 56. Okay. Oh, that must be a live bet? Okay. Yeah, maybe it is. Well, shouldn't it make sense? Like the money line should scale with what the spread is, right? Like, wouldn't there be some kind of ratio between your spread and the money line for how they set it? I don't know. Certainly, they're not done independently. Yeah. So if someone is a 28-point favorite, you'd have like a plus 1,500 spread on that, right? I don't know who this chick is on this jewelry commercial but I'm a fan. Is there an equation I can use to figure out, based on the money line, what they think the odds are of a team winning? I would think there would be. No, I don't gamble. I don't gamble. Unless it's with Slim about Miami. If I ever get involved with gambling, I'm investing in a casino or something. 3rd and 7 here for Northwestern. Back to throw. Deep ball. Caught! Oh my goodness, the USC defender just fell down. Did they get away with offensive pass interference there? Why did that guy fall down? Let's see. Maybe. They were both hand fighting the whole way. That's good to leave the flag in your pocket there. Big conversion for Northwestern. What's his name? Aham Maranzi? Aham Maranzi. I think that's that cat's name. Man, all these guys have crazy names. Berntson here is hurt on the ground for Northwestern. Okay, you're right. This is a live bet because it was 1,500. Now it's plus 1,100. I'm educating myself over here. Betting odds calculator and converter tool. Plus 1,100. Plus 1,100 means there's an 8.33% chance that Northwestern wins. Yeah, I do know about the VIG or the juice. Because I do know if you calculate both sides of a spread, the odds do not sum to 100%. They sum to like 96, 97%. Throw to the end zone, thrown out of the end zone. It's going to be 2nd and 10 for Northwestern. So that's why, like, you'd have to win whatever percent the juice or VIG is over 50% to be a winner over time. Being a bookie is free money if you're willing to break people's legs for not paying. Well, I don't have to break their legs. You have to deposit the money to even bet it. So I just keep your money. You'd have to win 55% to win on average. Yeah, which if you did that, then your bets would be limited or you'd be banned from betting. What happened here? So they run up the middle. Still on his feet. I guess they blew the whistle on the... Okay. Okay. Northwestern got a score here. Down 2 scores. Pete's pushing right now. I'm assuming he wasn't minus 14.5 and he was minus 14. Oh, sacked. 3rd and 8. Northwestern takes a sack. They'll have to settle for a field goal, which doesn't help either Pete or Bryce. They both that doesn't help. Okay, you're minus 14. Okay. Why? If I was the bookie, I would get creative because why make it minus 14.5? I would make it like minus 14.314. I would make it an irrational number. I would throw like square root of 2 in there. All right, 4th and 13, 33-yard field goal, good. So that'll make it 17-28. Boy, wouldn't that be something if both Pete and Bryce man lose? I'm going to head to bed. I have to get up before 6 tomorrow. Good night, y'all. All right, we'll see you, man. We'll let you know. We'll let you know how much money you lost or won tomorrow. The only way to get lucky to steal money is crazy parlay. Yeah, but then how much money were you betting? How much would you lose before you hit your big parlay? So Pete started at minus 13. Oh, the line started at minus 13. You got it at minus 14. It ended at minus 14.5. Yeah, when I looked at it, it was minus 13.5. So we're at 45 points. My made up parlay is 53.5. So we're looking pretty good there. That, I mean, you're going to have more than one touchdown scored. All right. Can Northwestern get a stop? I don't think so. I don't think Northwestern's going to get a stop. If you're a bookie, you need to attract stupid people. No one is betting on transcendental point spreads. Of course they would. Pete would do that. If I gave him a point spread of -3 square root of 2, I bet you he'd take it. Also, square root of 2 is not transcendental. It's just irrational. First down, USC. I could give him a point spread of, 2 times E or something. That would be transcendental. Or pi. That might open me up to some legal issues, though, because weird things happen with something that can't be represented as a fraction. Like, based on that, you get like Buttock-Tarski paradoxes where you can deconstruct a sphere and make 2 spheres out of the same material or something. I don't know. I think this is an awful idea. Pete said, I bet on Vietnamese basketball before. I'm not too smart. Yeah, those guys are short. You should have bet whatever you bet on Vietnamese basketball should have been the under. Well, I guess they're all short though. So it's kind of a wash. Vietnamese basketball, man? Really? Well, I mean, I guess like why can't I remember his name? Hold on. There's a guy that bets on like water polo in the Olympics. Cody? No. I know it starts with a C. I can never remember anyone's name when I'm on a stream. Pete will tell me in a second. He's the one on the midday show talking about people betting, calling the gambling addiction support line and betting on male or female. Which is pretty hilarious. Colby was telling me about that. Damn, DJ Shockley put on some weight like Wreck, didn't he? Damn, DJ Shockley heavy. DJ Shockley might weigh more than Wreck does. If you don't know who DJ Shockley is, he played quarterback for Georgia when David Green was there, who was a big, dumb left-hander. Never did anything in the NFL. Is there an automated machine? Because if it's an automated machine, those are almost always female, right? I feel like every time I get an automated answering machine, the voice is female. Why do you think that is? What's going on with that? Why aren't there dudes out there recording their voices to annoy people when they call somewhere? Maybe that's what I need to do. That's how I can make some more money. I guess it's not needed with AI anymore, though. You just generate someone's voice. Why would you pay me? Oh, I missed a... Oh, he showed me. Rock and Rant sent me a text. Yeah, Colby's crazy. I love Colby, but his betting habits are not to be admired. All right, back to the action. Can Northwestern get a stop? We're in the fourth quarter now. Fourth quarter. 1st and 10. Big loss. Big loss on the ground for USC here. Colby called the gambler support hotline and asked her what to bet on. Damn. What is that law where you like commit someone against their will, like Jacob's law or something in Florida? They might have to. That seems like that would be something that would get you committed against your will for. 2nd and 14 for USC. Gambling support hotline. This is Jill. How can I help you? Yeah. Who should I take the money line on this weekend? Complete. Oh, man, they can't get this guy down. He's dragging a guy. He's going to be close to the first. He might have got the first. Dang. How embarrassing. This guy's just holding on for dear life to this boy's ankle, getting drug up the field like a rag doll. It's going to be 1st and 10 for USC. Handoff off tackle. Still on his feet. Another first down for USC. Yeah, this looks a lot like Georgia Tech's defense. I feel like I'm rewatching the damn Georgia Tech NC State game, except Georgia Tech has an infinitely better offense than Northwestern. King Miller's pretty damn good. 13 rushes for 106 yards, averaging 8.2 yards a carry, and he's got a touchdown on the day. Play action or an RPO, complete, almost down to the 20. I mean, Northwestern's putting up no resistance. At least one Riley brother knows how to score points. Yeah, you think you can hire Lincoln Riley to be your OC? By the way, Clemson is screwing Georgia Tech right now. As far as the ACC title game, I'm about to become a massive Clemson fan. We need Clemson to win. 1st and 10. Another RPO looking play, thrown to the flat, one missed tackle. Boy, they can't get these guys down. This is giving me PTSD. I'll pick up like 4 yards off something that shouldn't have gained a yard. Yeah, I'm getting PTSD. My ex-wife's a therapist. I might have to call her, ask for her help. She'd probably charge me too. She'd probably be like, "Yep, that'll be $150." But damn, don't I give you enough? Just, I don't know, tack it on to next month. Second and 7 for USC. Handoff. Oh, man. Flea flicker. Throw. No flag. No, there is a flag. Flea flicker. It's going to be defensive pass interference against Northwestern. Northwestern has such a shitty pass rush. That ball changed hands like 3 or 4 times before they threw it. They still couldn't get to the guy. I hope Clemson beats FSU bad, but I wouldn't count on it. I do too. I had someone comment on my last ACC Power Rankings video like, Man, I don't know why you're so hard on FSU or something. I'm like, really? It's the most annoying fan base known to man right now. And they're making the conference look like shit after suing them and getting pretty much everything they wanted from the conference. Oh, what a play. It's going to be touchdown USC. Touchdown USC. Pete's looking good now. Pete is looking good now. Houston gets a game-winning interception to win 30-27 over Central Florida. Wow. I like this play call. I like that play call a lot. Big bang for Pigskin Pete. Pistol Pete. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pete shooting up the bookie. 30. It's about to be 35-17. 35-17. I think you can safely say if Northwestern can't score here, it's pretty much over. Let's go see what the live bet is here for Northwestern. What is it? Did I pass it? What's the money line at now on the live bet? Plus 8,000. Plus 8,000. So you're telling me that's 80 times your money. Holy crap. Holy crap. So if you bet 300 now and Northwestern won, you'd get 24 grand off your $300 on the money line. Most books will pay out if your pick goes up 17 plus points at any point. Why would they do that? Does that go either way? Certainly it doesn't go either way. You saw TJ. Yeah, TJ Pittner, I think's his name. He's a piece of shit and human garbage. It's a complete disgrace to everything we do on here. What was he bitching about the ACC? I've got to make a. I got to go research him because he said he'd pay me $1,000 on Venmo if I could find an example of him saying they were leaving the conference, which he probably didn't. He does a lot of things where he'll be like, guys, it wouldn't surprise me if we're out of the conference by June 1st. You know, he'll do all that horse shit. The guy really should be a politician. He just milks idiots for their ad revenue. That's what he does. I mean, he did... I'm not lying. He probably did a few hundred videos about conference realignment, lied to the entire Florida State fan base about they were going to be out of the conference last year. Like, I despise him. And what makes it, like, that doesn't even make me mad if you're just a clickbait piece of shit. That's not the worst thing ever. It's that he's so smug and arrogant about it. He brings, like, during those conference realignment videos, he's like, oh, I have an expert on the situation here. And it's just some other idiot that does YouTube with him that he calls an expert. It would be like me bringing on C-Dog and like, hey, you know, Georgia Tech's going to the Big Ten next year, guys. I have an expert on the situation. C-Dog, let him. C-Dog, where are you? You're supposed to be here. That's how dumb that guy is. I've seen a million people like him, all right? Anyone that criticizes him that's a creator, he's just going to say, yeah, they're just haters, man. They're jealous of my success, yada, yada, yada. Oh, he says insider. Yeah, I've got an insider on the situation. He really should apologize for going out there and lying to everybody. I remember him saying, guys, I've heard from sources, trusted sources inside the program, that we're going to be out by June of last year. I remember him saying that. And he knows that's not true. He knows that's not true. Play action here. Northwestern throw complete. Makes one guy miss down to the 40 or so. Yeah, coach's brother-in-law's house cleaner that doesn't speak English. He has on Bobby Durkins as an insider. I'm friends with Bobby. He's not an insider. Yeah, anyone that's I love Bobby Durkins. I think Bobby. I don't know Bobby Durkins. I've been on his show before. But he seems like a really cool guy. But yeah, he's not an insider. I'm more of an insider for Georgia Tech than he is for Clemson, and I'm not an insider. Pete's more of an insider than anyone he's ever had on there. 2nd and 6 for Northwestern. Back to throw. Complete. We can agree this game's over. Here's what's disgusting about that. People like Matt B. Great will get their channel taken down because YouTube says it's unoriginal content. Now, obviously, it's some AI bot that's just had a brain fart that's taking his channel down. But still, that guy, I know, makes a ton of money on YouTube. Like, that's his living, right? Has to go through all these hoops to get his channel put back on. But then a guy like TJ can do all this bullshit he does, no problem. YouTube loves it. I mean, it's infuriating. And he's not the only one. I've seen plenty of creators that just randomly get taken down for no reason. But then you can have people pitching offshore gambling nonsense pachinko machines. Not a problem. You make sense of it. It's going to be 3rd and 5 for Northwestern here. They're in 4 down no matter what. Try and throw a screen, nothing going. Like, let's go look at the recent uploads for TJ here. He has a few different channels, I think. College football addiction is the most egregious of them, though. Yeah, he's stagnated, though. He's stagnated on subscriber growth. He's getting good views, though. Oh, here I see. Clemson source admits shocking truth before FSU Seminoles versus Tigers. I know we're all shocked. Northwestern. He had on the FSU AD. Are you serious? Wow. He on the FSU AD and he only has 27,000 subscribers. Well, you would think with all that insider knowledge, he would have better information. But he doesn't. I mean, you just look at all of these. Penn State source leaks truth on what's next after James Franklin dismissed. BYU authority did not hold back before Texas Tech Raiders versus Cougars. I mean, it's just like, man, I would rather be a nobody, which I am, than do that dumb shit. 19 of 27 for 144 is something. Is that what their quarterback has? Oh yeah, so we need for me to hit my faux parlay, we need like another 20 something yards. No, 18 yards. We need another 18 yards or so. We'll be good on our pretend bets. Oh, I guarantee you, yeah, he probably goes into Chat GPT. Give me a title based on this topic to get the most clicks. That's what he did. That's probably what he does. You can tell, too, because all of the titles will be separated with a bar like this. And then it'll have like however many. That's what every title looks like. How many yards does USC have, by the way? 420, so we just need another 15 yards. We're looking good. Anytime you see a title like that, you know that it's some clickbait nonsense. Or highly likely to be. I mean, this is the same guy that after Georgia Tech ruined them at the beginning of last year, he said he was going to fight his own. He almost got in a fight with his own fans. Oregon dropping one more game. National media would tell you Northwestern's better than NC State. No, they're not. Pete hates NC State. I don't think he would agree with that. Oh, man. You could have something interesting here. If Ohio State loses to Michigan again, they'd both probably have one loss in the conference. Another 5 yards for USC there. So key remaining Big Ten games: Indiana, Penn State, Oregon, Iowa. That's a big one. USC, Oregon could be interesting. Oregon, Washington, and Ohio State, Michigan. If Ohio State loses to Michigan, they could get left out of the Big Ten championship game. Now, Michigan would have to win all their games, but second and 5, another first down, and then so we've hit one leg of our fake parlay, over 434.5 yards. We hit that. Waiting on some other things to happen. So we're at 52 points. We need at least a field goal. That'll hit our second fake parlay leg. Oh, what's going on with Tulane? So Houston wins. We talked about that 30-27 on an interception. Tulane up 38-32 now. Damn on Memphis. Memphis scored 15 unanswered points in the fourth. That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. All right, 2nd and 9. Rolls out of the pocket, throws, complete. Big shocker. Almost a first down and a flag. It's going to be a face mask on Northwestern. Wow. Yeah, Northwestern's going to get blown out here. I've got this game on twice. I didn't even realize that. So, yeah, this Tulane-Memphis game has got interesting. We might have to go watch that game. That's on ESPN. Hold on a second. Let's split screen this because this game's not very entertaining. Let me cut this desktop sound off. Let's go watch this. Now, the YouTube TV thing has not been resolved. So 7:49 to go with Memphis and Tulane. I think Memphis is getting the ball back, right? Or is that Tulane? I can't tell who's wearing what. I haven't been watching that game. The best of the worst matchup for a cripple fight this week. I don't know. I mean, good candidates would be who's UNC playing, who's Stanford playing, who's Boston College playing. Second and goal for Southern Cal. I'll pick up about 6. All right, this other game's on a commercial. Let me split screen this. Now I can see them both. USC player down. BC Syracuse at the end of the year wins that award. Yeah. They're probably the 2 worst teams in the conference. Oh, flag in Tulane, Memphis. All right, so Tulane with the ball. False start. So that'll back them up 5. Huh. I'm tired of this ostrich or whatever commercial, Liberty Mutual commercial. All right, so Tulane's 1st and 15. They're up 38-32. Boy, 15 unanswered points in the 4th is something crazy, isn't it? They'll run and only pick up like a yard. Tulane's going to be 2nd and 9. Or 2nd and 14, sorry, after the penalty. It's Limu, the Emu, and Doug. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that squared away. Yeah, for sure. Second and 14 for Tulane. They're going to throw. It's got time. Unloads one deep. Overthrows him by about 10 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 14. Oh, my goodness. What is going on in Memphis right now? All right, so 3rd and 14 for Tulane. 7-11 to go in that game. Empty set for Tulane. Back to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Throws. Incomplete. So it's going to be 4th and 14. Memphis is going to get this ball back with 7:05 to go in the game. Down 6. Holy smokes. What a comeback Memphis is mounting. The Tulane quarterback is the fornicating BYU quarterback who got kicked off the team. Yeah. BYU undefeated, too. So, punt away for Tulane. Flag, too. It's caught at around the 40. There's a flag, and that's going to back Memphis up. Where it was thrown almost always on the returning team. It's going to be a clip or a hold. Holding Memphis, so that'll back them up. Jeez, that's not good. 3rd and goal for USC here. About 5 minutes to go in that game. Incomplete for USC. I don't know what that play was. It looked like a read option, but then he threw it to the tight end. It's going to be 4th and goal for USC. I still think a field goal hits that leg of the parlay for us, though, right? So it'll be 17-38. Yeah. That hits our second leg of our fake parlay. Then we just need another few yards for Northwestern's quarterback. So a short 22-yard field goal for USC. They'll hit it. That hits the second leg of the fake parlay over 53.5 points. Now, Northwestern's quarterback has 144 yards. We need him to get 162.5. So we need another 18. We need 19 yards. If their quarterback throws for another 19 yards, then we've hit our fake parlay that I made up. Oh, me. I totally made it up. All right. Oregon has to play Washington, USC, and Iowa. They're losing one of those. Yeah, probably. That puts them out. That puts them out of the Big Ten championship game, too, most likely. All right, Northwestern going to get this ball back. We need 19 yards passing. Goes out of the back of the end zone. No return. Gotta love all these commercials, don't you? Gotta love them. Dang, what a touchdown. They're showing highlights from this Tulane-Memphis game. That's wild. All right, 1st and 10 here for Memphis. Back to throw. Sacked. Man. What are you doing, Tulane? Or what are you doing, Memphis? Northwestern back to throw. Throws complete for about 5-6. There we go. 6 sacks for Tulane on the day. Oh, my God. 2nd and 20 now for Memphis. Back to throw. Throws a bomb. Intercepted. Wow. Northwestern quarterback sack, too. I'm just watching offenses implode right in front of me. A big sack for USC and a huge interception for Tulane on the road here at Memphis. Wow. What are you doing? He took a shot, too. He took a shot. All right, still 38-32 to go in that game with 6:11 to go. Northwestern quarterback steps back to throw, launches one downfield. It's intercepted too, I think. No, they're going to say it was incomplete, I think. 4th and 14 for Northwestern. We're going to miss our parlay because this guy can't throw for like another 10 yards. Nope, it was not intercepted. Man, Memphis quarterback looks shook up too. 2nd and 7 for Tulane. Northwestern's going to punt with 3:21 to go. Tulane quarterback back to throw, dumps it off. 1st down Tulane. USC will field the punt, doesn't get much out of it. Flag on the we got a hold here on Tulane. Game's not over yet here in Memphis. It's definitely over in California, though. Where are they at? Pasadena? That game's over. Some idiot with a Dodgers hat on. Screw the Dodgers. That's all you need to know about California. All these people got Dodgers hat on because they're a better team than their damn football team. 2nd and 17 for Tulane here. Rolls out, steps up in the pocket, throws, incomplete. Going to be 3rd and 17 now for Tulane. USC has some guy number 80 in, so USC has their backups in. Senior Sam Horde. Yeah, that's the guy they had in at punter that threw that completion. 3rd and 17 here for Tulane. Throws. Intercepted. No, almost intercepted. So with 5:07 left here in Memphis, Tennessee, Memphis is going to get the ball back down 6. Man, they're lucky that wasn't picked off. That was, he went right over the top of them, too. How about that? Memphis fair catches on their own 28 here. 4:59 to go. Down 6. See what happens. It's a miracle Memphis is even in this game. So they're shutting them out in the 4th still. Memphis is bowed up on defense and got some offense going in the 4th. 4th quarter yards, 77 for Memphis, 9 for Tulane. All right. See what Memphis can do here. Read option goes to slide really late. They better not get a flag for unnecessary roughness on that. He slid while he was getting tackled. What's the flag? Is it a hold? Holding on Memphis. Okay. I'm about to say, if that flag was on the slide, then I'm going to be ticked. A lot of penalties in this game here. 4:45 to go. Clock still rolling. Tulane, Memphis. Back to throw. Throws. Ball's popped up. Incomplete. Going to be 2nd and 20 for Memphis. Both these offenses cannot get out from behind the sticks here. 2nd and 20, 3rd and 17. 4:35 to go. It's going to be 2nd and 20 for Memphis, deep in their own territory. Ball on the Memphis 18. Memphis at least needs to get back to the line they started at here. Back to throw. Sack. No, he gets out of it. Throws. I don't know if that was complete or not. They're going to say he caught it right on the 29. So it's going to be what, 3rd and 11? Something like that. Did he catch this? I don't know. They're going to review it, I'm sure. It's going to be 3rd and 9. Oh, what happened here? They got a free play? Is this standing? Yes, they drew Tulane offsides. They got a free play. Don't tell Wake Forest, though. They're still mad. Kind of confused by what the ref signaled there. Oh, yeah, they declined the penalty. So that'll bring them right out to midfield. Memphis at midfield now, 4:10 to go. They're down 6. Playoff hopes slipping through their fingers. Back to throw. Throws away. Caught. Breaks one tackle. Breaks another tackle. 1st down, Memphis. Damn. Clock under 4 minutes now. The thing is, if they score with time on the clock, a field goal wins it for Tulane. They're going to slow down. 3:45 and counting. Quarterback keeper here, no gain. It's going to be 2nd and 10. That's a good open field tackle on the quarterback there. Good pull, though. Boy, that 7 came shot out of a cannon to make that tackle. All right, and we miss our parlay here because Stone only threw for 150 yards. USC is going to win 38-17. And Bryce Mann loses $300. Complete here for Memphis on 2nd and 9. It's going to be 3rd and 3. 2:52 and counting. All right, so we can go ahead and cut that off. Maximize this. 3rd and 3, 2:35 and counting to go in this game. Memphis with the ball. Another handoff. They barely get back to the line of scrimmage. They got to go for this, though. Probably let the clock tick down to the 2-minute timeout. It's going to be 4th and 3. The game's going to come down most likely to this play. However, Memphis has 3 timeouts. Memphis does have 3 timeouts. Now, Tulane ends up getting a field goal, then the game's over. It's a 2-score game. All right, it's going to come down to this play most likely. And we'll go to a commercial. Hell of a game. Hell of a game. We need some more cough syrup, I think. out of water. Does the college football playoff automatically give a spot to the best non-powerful? Yes, they do. Pretty sure they give a spot to the highest ranked group of 5 school gets a team in automatically. This has drawn a lot of controversy. Like, who has Memphis beat this year? Georgia State, Troy, Arkansas. They beat Arkansas 32-31. Arkansas fired their coach, however. Florida Atlantic, Tulsa. They lost to UAB, though. So Memphis lost to UAB at home, 31-24. They did beat South Florida, who's their only ranked win as of now, and they beat Rice. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, you look at their schedule. Should they get an automatic bid to the playoffs for that? I don't know. What's going on, Coffee Killa? So the USC Northwestern game has ended. We're now watching Tulane, Memphis, who Tulane was beating the shit out of Memphis. Memphis scored 15 unanswered points in the fourth to cut the lead to 6. They've got the ball now on Tulane's side of the field. We're in a 4th and 3. 2 minutes to go in the ball game. Battlefield 6 has me in its grips, man. Damn good game going on. What's your KD ratio, bruh? What's your KD right now? I don't play like I spent $100 on one of those games and I played it like 5 times. In fact, I did that twice, I think. I got the last Battlefield, or not Battlefield, Black Ops 6 or whatever the hell. I never played it. So 4th and 3, 2 minutes to go. Tulane up 38-32. Memphis with the ball. 1.2. I like it. That means you're killing more than you're dying. All right. Here we go. Game's going to come down to this play. Most likely. 4th and 3. Flag. It's going to be a false start. What an absolutely devastating penalty for Memphis here. Now it's going to be 4th and 8. 4th and 8. Oh, man, that hurts. That could be the ball game right there. That penalty might have lost them this game. So they got to get down to the 27 now. Back to throw. Ball's away. Deep downfield. Incomplete. Now there's 1:55 to go. Memphis does have 3 timeouts, and Tulane has been awful on offense in their last 2 possessions. It's a pretty good ball. Damn, a lot of empty seats there in Memphis, I see. So it's going to be 1st and 10 for Tulane. 1:55 to go. They got a 6-point lead. Just getting a field goal ends this thing. They're going to take over on their own 35. Memphis got to get a stop here. Handoff. Pretty good yards. 4 yards there for Tulane. Memphis going to burn their first timeout, it looks like. Yep, first time out for Memphis. Well, second and 6 for Tulane coming out of the timeout. They're in a bunch formation here. I don't know why you're playing with 3 down linemen in an obvious run situation. Works for them, though. It's going to be 3rd and 5. They're pointing like the ball came out. I don't know what that's about. Third and 4, so second timeout for Memphis. Game's not over yet, boys. Game's not over yet. So, minute 47 to go. They get a stop, burn their last time out. They can probably get the ball back around the 20 to 30 yard line with, I don't know, a minute 20 left. They have to score, though. Got to score. And they got to get a stop here. Man, they're going like wishbone wing T here. All right, so they try and draw them off sides. Don't do it. Play clock down under 10 seconds now. And they're going to take a timeout. Second timeout for Tulane now. It's getting interesting, boys. A lot of defense we've seen since we started watching this one. Tulane's coach is a hot name too right now. Are both these coaches a hot name right now? I know, was it Summerall for Tulane has been named a lot in these searches. What about Memphis's coach? All right, 3rd and 4, minute 47 to go. Empty set here for Tulane. Interesting. Rolls out, takes off running, first down, slide. That'll be the ball game. That'll be the ball game. How about that? Good play call there. Roll out. If you got an easy throw, make it. If not, just take off running. Even if you don't get this, punt it away and play defense. I like that play call a lot. Yep, so that'll be the ball game. All right, boys. Well, I'm going to get out of here, get some rest, go get a little bit tomorrow, and then I'm sure I'll stream one of the noon games tomorrow. Y'all have a good one.